logo. What's up, everybody? Shinzola. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Happy 9-month subscribe-anniversary to you, Loser. Iron Chef, Unibrow X-Ray, Subtle Abyss, Kievo QWERTY, Texas Rogue, Voodoo Doctor. Yo, what's up? Kansas City's the best. Get out of here. Get out of here with that nonsense. Yo, what's up, JT10? I mean, obviously, they did win, so, you know. They did win. What are you going to do? Kill first. What's up, Louis P, IJ, Robotsky, Krillian, Victor, Indigo Eyes. Oh, I get it. Indigo Eyes. How cute. I like it. Yo, what's up, Carl? Spectre is here. Lord Neelix, Tough Cow. What's up, everybody? Yo, Stony Dude. What you doing, Stony Dude? Welcome in, one and all. This is Twitching Track. Yo, what's up, Shinzola? 2 o'clock in the morning. Yikes. Sorry. Starting late. Actually, crazy enough, I'm kind of starting early. Like, Trader, right? Did you mention you're like, wow, this is actually really early for you?
It is.
It is. What is, okay. Goodness, look at all, taking forever to load the frames and stuff. Okay, yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome into the show. Appreciate y'all being here. My name is UltimatDJz, and it is earlier than normal here on the stage of Twitching Trek. I've actually been out here, Trader. I told you I've been out here for a few minutes and actually doing some work here tonight. Would you guys like to know what I'm working on?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Killer Penguin says, glad you're late. Every man is out buying flowers. Oh, see. If you had any sense about you, you would have done all your shopping yesterday when I did mine. I'm kidding. I actually thought about it at least 2 or 3 days ago. I had to pay extra for expedited shipping, Trader. I had to pay extra for expedited shipping for tomorrow, but it's going to arrive on time. Shipping was twice the cost of the item itself, but it'll be here tomorrow. Yeah. Yo, what's up? It's Jula. Hi, Louis P. Your wife is getting a... Oh, should I not read that out loud? I don't need to read that out loud. What if your wife is listening? Yeah, we don't want to say anything like that. We don't want to get anything too crazy out here.
KP,
yeah.
you need to take a hint from Louis.
If we planned ahead, what type of men would we be? I mean,
awesome, like Louis P.
What did Louis? Oh, Louis P. Louis P. When did you order your wife's new iPad? Huh? So, I
used to be single this time of year. Nice.
I don't think Mrs. DJz is listening right now. So I'm not going to, so I'll tell you what I do. I actually am very, very lucky. I am very, very lucky, Trader, because this is what my wife asks for every single year. I'm going to show it to you. Oh, computer's freezing up. There we go. I'm going to show it to you on screen because this is what I get. And they're not sponsoring. They're not paying. So, you know, whatever. Do with it what you will. They're not doing anything for me. All right. There we go.
Didn't she say that she loves those?
She freaking loves these. Okay? Like, this is what she wants more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
She
good
sent me
husbanding.
Dude, it's easy. Listen, this is it. Every Valentine's Day, this is what she gets. Every birthday, this is what she gets. Anything for anything. This is what she wants. My wife is the easiest person in the world to shop for. Now, there's other things, right? Like I get her other stuff at Christmas, but like this is the little thing that I don't have to think about, you know? And on Valentine's Day, she just wants like a couple dozen of these things. She told me the other day, she was like, she said, for Valentine's Day, can I get a pair of tennis shoes? I'm like, absolutely, baby. You get the shoes that you want. All right, and so then she goes and buys a $200 pair of shoes.
I'm a very silly goose today.
I'm a very silly goose today. All right, yes, JT10. So she goes and buys herself a pair of tennis shoes, but these are showing up at her office tomorrow. All right, I don't remember which ones I ordered. I think I got these for love and romance. She loves them, man.
Aww.
There you go. Listen, well, it's too
And then
late
getting
now.
delivered to her place of work, that's just extra.
Yeah.
That's just extra.
Well, I wasn't going to ship them to the house. The dog would destroy them.
Oh,
All right. Yeah, I wasn't going to ship them to the house because the dog would get into them. So, yeah, no, listen, I'm not advertising anything. As a matter of fact, you can't even see their name now. I'm just showing you the chocolate-covered strawberries is what she likes to get. So I send those to her every single year. Listen, I would love it if this company would sponsor me around Thanksgiving, around Valentine's Day. Because, listen, all you men out there, oh, my God, Trader, if for whatever reason, if this company said, yo, DJ, we'll do a stream with you one day, and we'll give your listeners, say, 20% off, but we'll guarantee shipping. Like, if this wasn't the 13th, I bet you we'd sell 100 of these things. Because all you guys is slackers out there, right? Almost all you guys. Almost. JT10 says, we need a Valentine's Day special on Trader's soundbite. Should I reduce the price?
Yes, it should be 10 times the price. That's the special you should get. Bunch of hooligans.
Gradumacated says 1 year you should make them for scratch. Extra hubby brownie points. Let me just tell you, my wife would probably not appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think so. Wardod is in the chat tonight. Good evening, Wardod. Wardod says, those actually look delicious. Good enough that I'm going to actually go ahead and order them for myself. Wardod, which flavor would you like? Guys, would you like to send Wardod some love and romance chocolate-covered strawberries tonight? Because I'll do it. As a matter of fact, I had something special planned for Wardod tonight. Wardod, happy Valentine's Day Eve. How are you, my friend?
Good, man. You?
I'm doing great. So you actually really do like the looks of these? You think they look delicious?
Yeah, they
do
actually look good.
So if I sent you a plate of these that said "Be Mine," but I made it out to Wardod's RSS, would that work?
Oh, sure. I'll take them.
I'd send them. I'd have them delivered to Wardod's Resources. Dear Wardod's Resources, please be mine.
Absolutely.
JT10 says, put Wardod's chocolate-covered strawberries on the throne list. No, I'm not doing that. That's silly. I'm not doing that. I'm actually thinking about it now, Trader. I'm thinking about it now. Oh, Lord. All right. Anyway, yeah, so this, just if you're looking for an idea, it's obviously too late. These things got to ship out. They ain't going to get there by tomorrow, but maybe I should seek this company out for a sponsorship next year. Be like, yo, I bet you I could sell hundreds of these things by doing a stream like 3 or 4 days before Valentine's Day. I bet you we'd sell a bunch. Anywho. All right. You know what? Just out of curiosity. I mean, there's no way, right?
Why would you say that?
I'm just looking to see if... Wardod, what's your home delivery address? Just tell me what state you're in. Just tell me what state you're in.
32068.
Okay. That's actually very, very brave. All right, let's see. You know, listen, guys, they could get there on Wednesday. You could blame a shipping delay, right? Like, hey, there was a winter storm, and the truck and the slid off the road, and the strawberries splitter splatter, and then they came another day. Came a day late. I mean, you could get away with that, couldn't you, guys? Run out to your local Wally World, pick up a bouquet of flowers, be like, this was only a part of it, baby. This was only a part of it. Hey, you know, you wouldn't believe it. I didn't want the things delivered to the house, right? So I had them held at the post office. Would you believe it? I was driving to the post office and I got a flat tire. Wouldn't you know it? By the time I changed the flat tire, then I got to the post office, they were gone to lunch. What are the odds? So then I'm like, oh, well, not a big deal. You know what? I'll go to lunch too. And on the way to Taco Bell, you got another flat tire. What? Well, you
Oh my
only
God.
you only have one spare tire, so you got to wait on the tow truck. By the time the tow truck shows up, you get your tire changed, you go back to the post office. Golly shucky dart, they're closed for the day. Dang, baby, I'm so sorry, but don't you worry. They're going to be here on Wednesday the 15th. But I remembered. Okay? You could totally get away with it. JT10 says last Valentine's Day, he had 7 flat tires. See? It happens. It happens.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying. You get for only an extra $5.99 on the shipping, you could get it there on Wednesday. Just saying. Anyway, they're not a sponsor, so I don't care. But okay, let's see. So, do you guys want to send Wardot $100 worth of strawberries? Because I'm not interested in that.
I'm sorry. Why does War Dog get $100 worth of
Trader,
strawberries?
do you want $100 worth of strawberries too?
Why doesn't the girl get chocolate-covered strawberries on Valentine's Day? Nobody's giving me any candy tomorrow.
All right. Okay.
She sounds a little jealous.
No, yeah, it's fine.
I am a little jealous.
Here's what's going to happen. Okay, we're heading over here. Heading over to the throne list. All right, community, you heard it. Trader is desperate for some strawberries. Okay, so we're going to go in here. We're going to put in the link. Okay.
God.
There you go. Love and romance dipped strawberries. Okay, how much was it? $84.99 plus what was it? $5.99 shipping? I don't even remember now. Hang on, I got to go back. Let's just check all of our taxes and fees here. Gotta make sure everything's going to be right. It's showing no taxes. I feel like that is, and it says there's no shipping. See, I feel like that is not correct either.
You would need to put in my zip code, which I'm not going to share on air. Sorry.
I think that is wise. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We already saw that the strawberries are $85. We saw that the shipping was $6. What is that? $91. I'm just going to put it in here for $99 because there's probably some taxes. No, listen, they're going to charge you like 6% tax. So on $91, that's going to be like $5. It's going to be like $96, $97. So $99 sounds like it, and plus there's fees. So we're just going to do this right here. $99. Community gifting. That way everybody can do what they want to do. Okay, and this one will be for Trader. Okay. Boom. Add to... Oh, the description is too long. There you go. It's on there now, people. All right? But hold on. We're not done. We're going to add it in a second time. And this time, we're going to add it for Wardod. And then you guys can decide who you want to have it for Wardod. We'll see which one.
God.
We'll see which one gets purchased first. Okay.
Going in there and buy myself the strawberry.
All right. How do we know which one is which?
You guys, it's terrible.
How do I know which one is which?
Well, you labeled one crater, right? Did you?
Yeah, but now I don't see it. One is okay. Hold on. I think I'm gonna have to. Yo, what's up? Are we in a hype train?
Yes, we are.
Wow. Look, we're in a hype train. Okay, so this one says for Wardod. Here, I'm just going to do this right here. For Wardod. The way to their heart, through his stomach. Okay, save gift. That one says for Wardod.
Yep.
And this one will say for Trader. Now you guys can send your happy Valentine's Day gifts to both Wardod and Trader. They are up. There you go, community. Trader, thank you for your 10 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Iron Chef dropping 100 kitty bitties in. Brian with your 8-month resub. Tila, yo, what's up, T Brown? Dropping 5 gifted in here tonight. Thank you. Let's see. Kern on your 9-month subscribe-iversary. Thank you so very much. Papa Smurf with your 9-month subscribe-iversary. Shinzola with the 9-month subscribe-iversary. And thank you so very much. D Menace dropping 100 kitty bitties in tonight. Wardod dropping 10 gifted. Trader with another 400 kitty bitties. And just like that, you guys are already halfway through a level 5. Yo, BekLikesPlants hanging out in the audience.
You're the best. Give me hugs and kisses.
Wardod, did you just buy your own strawberries? Oh, no, that was Trader's. That was Trader's. Oh, they love you more, Trader. Somebody bought your strawberries first.
I love you guys too.
Wait a second. Was Trader's $99.99 and Wardod's was only
That's
$99?
some bullshit.
Did I not round up? Hold on. What did I do? Was Trader's $99.99?
Nobody knows what you're doing.
I didn't notice it either. Where do I go to my... Hold on. Let's go check it out. I'm going to check it out. Yeah. Oh, it was JT10. JT10. Oh. JT10 just bought you a Valentine, Trader. How about that?
Thank you, JT10.
Isn't that sweet? Oh, that was cute. Wait, what? Why was it 118? It should have been 118. Why was it 118? Send me your receipt. I'll figure it out. I definitely programmed it to be $99.
Does he live outside of the United States?
Oh.
That might be why.
No, I don't think JT10 does. There should have been that much in tax. Remember?
Yeah, they're adding tax and shipping already.
Who is?
Huh.
Throne
Throne added an additional $12.98 to mine. So they're already factoring in shipping and tax there.
Oh. Well, let's see if we can find something for like an extra $10. Let's see if we can find like a balloon.
Sweetheart.
We'll see if we can
Thank
find a
you.
balloon.
I agree, Irish. That was certainly rigged.
Possibly.
So bitter.
So wait,
Such bitter old
so
man.
Throne adds taxes and fees already? Well, that is good to know. I didn't know that. So if I put something in for $100, it charges you tax and shipping? All by itself? Well, daggone, I didn't know that. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. Look, people are getting in on it. Trader, let's see. For Wardod, thank you, IJ, for your pity bitty. Trader dropping another 10 gifted. Scribbler! Shauna. Oh, I have something for you, Shauna. I don't know if you got to see in my Discord yesterday because it was very busy. It was Super Bowl Sunday. But I have to show you something. Hang on. Let me look first at what we got going on here for Wardod. Yes, Beck. It's called Love and Romance. That's why Wardod's not getting any contributors. Because that's what it's called, Love and Romance.
It just said love and bromance.
Love and bromance. I can still change it. I can change it right now. Hang on, community. I can change it. I'm gonna make it right. God, this computer is going so slow. I have great news on that too, by the way. I do. I've got great news. Okay. Where is it? Love and bromance. There you go. Boom. There. Now it's called Love and Bromance, Wardod. There you go, buddy. Good evening, BekLikesPlants. How was your weekend? Do you want to come on stage, or are you just kind of decompressing? We're going to do mostly silliness tonight, to be perfectly honest with you. I'll tell you, I don't have a whole lot to do in game. I'm just mining trade. Oh, I'm on a 0 node. Golly. Wasting time. Trader and I were figuring it out before we started. With these 4 miners going constantly, it should only take me about 16.2 hours.
Blech. Blech.
Stony Dude, thank you for your hydrate. Thank you for your hydrate. Cruzito, thank you for your hydrates. Go ahead, Trader.
Beck, I sent a PM to your official account. I know you probably get 1 million, but it's a nice one. It's a thank you.
Oh, there's not enough thank yous out there. What's up, Royal Power? Good evening, Asheville Knight. Thank you for the gift sub, he writes. Very, very good. JT10 handing out gifted subs to Royal Power as well. Tony Rome says, took me 16 hours and 20 minutes. Golly, I'm right there with you, Tony Rome. I calculated it 16.2 hours. So it should be about 16 hours, 12 minutes for me. If I keep them going. Yeah, no, I'm going to do it. I mean, really, in all fairness, what else is there to do today? Our event was away teams. That's passive. I thought it was actually a very slow event day myself because this is just dailies. That's just Romulan hostiles. So that's just daily. Hey, by the way, I thought this was cute, Trader. Use the board queen as captain, right? Use the board queen as captain, and you'll get bonus points. Just in case somebody did actually buy the board queen. Which we could talk about that. But just in case you did buy the board queen, I do want to remind you what her captain's maneuver is. It's a doozy. It's a doozy.
Indeed.
So, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. Oh, it makes great sense. So, yeah, so there's that. But fortunately, that's pretty much just a daily event. What else we got over here, Trader?
I think I full-bought this.
Yeah. Then we got Mining Monday, and that's it. I mean, that's it. So, not a heck of a lot. You know, yesterday was incredibly busy, Trader. Yesterday was incredibly busy on the calendar, and today is just like, not a whole lot. Yeah. Not a whole lot. But, I mean, it's good. I'm fine with it. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm fine with it. It just makes it easier for me to click and do a couple of things and do something else that I really want to do, like hang out with you guys. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Scribbler. Yes, Shauna, what did I want to show you? So, oh my gosh, you guys are into level 6. Thank you. I have not paid any attention to the hype train. Thank you, guys. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. You guys have completed level 5. You're 40% through a level 6. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, you may remember producer and writer for Star Trek Prodigy, Shauna Benson. You remember? Well,
we love Shauna Benson.
Would you believe it? Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand it in the least. Do you know that she sent me a note and thanked me for the honor and privilege of being on our show? That's what she said. And I'm like, yo, you got that all backwards. You got that all backwards. Like, you're the celebrity. Thank you for the honor and privilege of being on our show. Well, that didn't stop Miss Shauna Benson, because Miss Shauna Benson sent me a beautiful, wonderful gift, Trader. She sent me Star Trek wines.
Oh, my God.
Yes. I mean, these are beautiful. This is a Cardassian bottle. This is a red wine. And then this is an Andorian ale, a white wine in this.
That is so cool.
She sent this to me. And I was like, wait, why? I should be sending you all the things. And so she sent me this. They are wonderful. I had every intention. I took a couple of zoomed in shots here. I'll show you. So this is an Andorian blue. It's essentially a white wine. I didn't even clean the bottle. I took them straight out of the box. I'm embarrassed. But I should have at least dusted them, Trader, before I put them, took a picture. But I was so, like, floored by this. This bottle, this is a metal embossment on the glass. Like, it is a badge.
Oh, wow.
Trader, it's a badge that is, like, fitted to the bottle. This is an actual metal medallion. All right.
That's very cool.
Very, very cool. Like even once I drink these bottles, to me, these are collector's items. Here is a little bit of a look at the detail on this Cardassian bottle. And again, sorry, they're dusty. But, I mean, how cool? How cool are those things? And she sent those to me. And I was like, golly, that is so sweet. And so thank you. I tagged you in Discord when I unpacked these. Thank you so much for the beautiful and wonderful gift. I mean, crazy that I got sent the gift. So I had okay, I have to show you something else very funny real quick. I've got a story to tell you, all right? But somebody sent this to me, and I just felt like I had to share it. Trader, this blew my mind. Did you know that if you take Taco Cat and you turn it around and spell it backwards, it also spells Taco Cat?
Yes, I did know that, actually.
Never do that. And it's great because I love tacos.
Are you kidding? There's a whole joke about it. There's like a... Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow, DJs.
Yeah, I know. He's holding a burrito. That makes it very, very funny. Anyway, so, yeah, Taco Cat. So, anyway, I've got these wines. And I'm thinking, you know what? I am going to open them for my Super Bowl party. I'm going to open them for my Super Bowl party. Yes! Who's drinking Star Trek wine with me? Mrs. DJ's invited like 30 people over to the house to watch the big game. We cooked all day, and we cooked, and we cooked, and we cooked all day. I made some ridiculous wings. Guys, by the way, can I just, you know what? We are all about the potpourri here tonight, Trader. All right, all about just the things that, we're just going to have. Maybe we should change the show category to just chatting. Because, Wardot, I'm going to let you raid my base here in a few minutes. Just hang in there. So, I'm very random tonight. Anyway, I make these wings, Trader. And these wings, by the way, best wings I've ever had. Even at a restaurant. Best wings I've ever had. I'm going to give you the recipe. Boom. There you go. These things are amazing. I made 4 dozen of them, Trader.
Wow.
I made 4 dozen wings. My wife put on a taco bar because I'm a cat. I love tacos. My wife made a taco bar. We had pulled pork, shredded chicken in the crock pot. We had a couple veggie trays. We had a fruit tray. What else did we do? What else did we make? There was probably more. We had so much food. We had enough food for the 30 or 40 people that were coming to my house to watch the Super Bowl. I was ready. I was ready. Okay? Trader?
Yeah?
Everybody was due to come to my house at 5 p.m. At 4:15, it's beautiful and sunshiny. At 4:25, this is my house. Okay? These snowflakes were the size of golf balls.
Oh, my God.
Now, it had been...
Gosh.
I joked when I said it was sunshiny. It actually been pouring the rain all day. Yes, pouring the rain. It had been pouring the rain all day, Trader. All of a sudden, snowflakes the size of golf balls started coming down. The temperature dropped like 15 degrees in a matter of minutes. Okay? And all of the rainwater that was on my driveway turned to a solid sheet of ice. To walk, I'm not even kidding you, on my flat part of my driveway, just walking from my house to the garage, I busted my tail.
Oh.
Oh,
Ouchie.
God. Dude, it was, I'm not even kidding you. It was probably within, maybe within 15 minutes, we had a solid inch of ice. And I'm not exaggerating, like a whole inch because of how much rainwater there was. So this morning, I get up to go to work. The high today in my area is 56. All right.
Oh, wow.
So I knew this was all. Yo, what's up, JT10? You just bought an impressively large hoodie. Yeah. It's impressively large snowflakes, too. So, Trader, it's all gone now. Like, completely dry and fine. But yesterday, it was not meant to be that people were going to enjoy the Super Bowl at my house. Because this happened within 20 minutes. I'm not even clear, rainy, but clear. And in 20 minutes, my house looked like this. People couldn't believe it because the people who were down in town that were coming to our house, they were like, what do you mean it's snowing? It's only raining down here. I'm like, yeah. Have you ever seen, what was the name of that movie? The Day After Tomorrow? Do you guys remember in that movie when the deep freeze was moving like a line? You know what I'm saying? Yep. I don't know what they called that. But the deep freeze
was... And it froze everyone and everything.
Yeah, it was like an instant freeze. It was like a wave of insta-freeze. That's what happened to my house. I got the wave of insta-freeze. So, yes, I have
so much food?
I have so much freaking food. So much food. So much food today that I took 24 of the wings to work with me and just gave them to my coworkers. I'm like, here you go. Have some. Because I can't eat it all.
Yeah.
Can't eat it all. So, yeah, this happened. So nobody got to come to my house because they couldn't have made it up the driveway. And they couldn't believe it because it was raining at their house 5 minutes away. I'm very thirsty. Thank you for the hydrate, Quadbad. Oh, God, I'm so thirsty. So anyway, that was my Super Bowl. So I had planned, the wing recipe, here you go. So I had planned, Trader, to, here you go. So this is the dry rub. See, I did a dry rub and I spun them in sauce. All right, so here was the dry rub, okay? Then I took the wings, a little bit of oil, added the dry rub, and shook them up. I put them in my spinner. I shook them up, all right? Then I baked them on a rack. This was interesting, Trader. I did it on a wire rack, not in a pan. And this must have somehow helped them, cook better. I'll be honest with you. I don't cook things on a wire rack very often. I put a pan underneath it to catch the drippings, but the wings were on the wire rack. And I put them in the oven, and I could have swore, no, I actually used my normal regular oven, and I could have swore, the recipe said 45 minutes, Trader. 45 minutes, and I thought, there is no way. Those things are going to be dry as hell, disgusting. I'm going to tell you, these wings were freaking delicious. Very moist, very meaty. I bought big wings. All right. So then after they were done baking, I made the sauce, and then I took the dry rub wings and then actually put them in the sauce, and then I put them back in the oven. That was just me. I put them back in the oven for 10, 15 minutes, Trader, at 200 degrees just to, warm them up real good with the sauce. Dang. All right, so there you go. There's your recipe. These wings are so good. I took them to work today, and they were like, where'd you get the wings? These are good. I'm like, ha! Made them, bitches! Made it all by myself! They were really, really good. All right, JT10 says, BekLikesPlants needs chocolate on your throne list. She can melt them in one of her 14 microwaves for s'mores. Well, so if I'm not mistaken, Beck, did you or did you not actually make s'mores at some point over the last several days? For some reason, that's in my head. Did you make a s'more last week? Pretty sure you made a s'more last week, didn't you? I'm thinking you said you did. Maybe not. Dude, I'm telling you, Walker, these things were amazing. They were very, very good. Is that what you guys are saying? Are you guys wanting to send Beck chocolate-covered strawberries as well? I don't mind to do it. You almost did and you didn't? Oh, that's really sad. Why didn't you get to make yourself a s'more? You said you had all the stuff. All right. Boy, Wardod, people are not wanting to buy your strawberries. Now watch. If I add Beck's strawberries on here, I bet you
they'll be gone in a second.
I bet you they get picked up in 10 seconds. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. All right. Do we need to call these love and romance? How about we call them, yeah, whatever. Hell, it's just the name of the thingy. All right, so wait, now these don't need to be that much, so I just need to put them in at the $85 that they were, right? Because it's going to charge shipping and tax, right? Is that right?
Looks like it. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna try it this way. We're gonna see what happens. All right, this one is gonna be. This one's gonna be for Madam. God, why's my keyboard not working? Madam Vice. God, I can't type. President Beck. All right, the way to her heart is absolutely through chocolate and fruit. Okay, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, BekLikesPlants is now on the throne list. And it is... Wait. What? Are you allergic? Are you allergic to strawberries? Oh, my God! We can't do this now. Actually, we can. She says she's just teasing. But what if? Well, okay. What if? If you are allergic to strawberries... Trader, that took less than 10 seconds. That's gone. Yep, there they go. Let's see if we can figure out who did that one. You guys are the sweetest people ever. Let's see who did that one.
Yeah, I'm not sharing that sentiment right now.
Guys, poor Wardod. Poor Wardod. He hasn't gotten his strawberries yet. That's hilarious. I'm sorry,
It is
Wardod.
nice to be a girl. That's all I'm going to say.
Maybe, yeah, I was going to say, Wardod, maybe like chocolate-covered strawberries is not what a man gets for Thanksgiving. For Valentine's. Why is Thanksgiving on my head? I don't know why Thanksgiving's in my head. You should feel special. Beck says, I feel special. You should. Your Valentine's Day gift got funded in like 12 seconds. Wardod would rather have an hour at your base. Well, we are going to give him some time at the base tonight. I'm going to give him 18 minutes. I owe him 18 minutes. We're gonna deliver that. Royal Power says, send him the food you cooked yesterday. Trader, I just want to ask you a question. While I know that, while I can see there is an individual in our audience, all right, I just want to answer. I want you to answer one or two questions for me if you can.
Okay.
Do you remember at some point in our history where I have talked about my cheesecake recipe?
Yes. Very early on in Twitch, but I do remember that, yes.
Can you refresh the audience's memory regarding the aforementioned cheesecake recipe?
All I know, all I can remember, I'm sorry, is that it was amazing, and you thought it was like the best thing ever, and when you were talking about it, it sounded like the best thing ever, and I really wanted you to send me one. That's what I remember.
Okay. I rest my case, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor. Just saying. I may or may not have a world-famous cheesecake recipe. I have a recipe that I have actually been told that I should commercially produce and sell my cheesecakes. But I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Too much work.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. I don't feel like... I mean, here's the thing. Can I just be straight up with you? Honest to God, for it to have any at all profitability involved for me, like including my time and everything, I'd have to sell the cheesecake for like $80 to $90. Now, before I say that sounds crazy, people have said that is absolutely worth it. Like if you go to a restaurant and you order a slice of cake, it's like $6, $7, $8, $10. And if you've ever asked that same restaurant, can I buy the entire cake? They're going to charge you $80, $90 to $100, right? So that's a thing. All right. I don't think that I could spend $100 on a cake.
But
right?
Good bakeries do cost a lot of money for a cake.
Yeah. I've been told that if I were to sell my cake for $100, that would be considered a good deal, which blows my mind. Anyway, I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, see, look, Captain Oblivious says, my sister's a pastry chef and used to sell her cheesecakes for $60, and the profit margins were still trash. That's what I'm saying. Like, you take into account time, and okay, JT10, sorry. He says my name is on that screen too much. Please take it down. Got you. I got you, boo. Sorry, man. Anyway, that all being said, you know what? Maybe that's. Oh my God, Trader.
What?
Maybe I should stream one day me making one of these cheesecakes because I got home. Did you guys remember that my new rig was supposed to be delivered today? Yeah. You remember? I got home today and I was super excited. And there was a FedEx slip on my door, signature required. So I didn't get my new computer today. And I'm going to be gone tomorrow. So I guess it's going to have to come Wednesday while I'm here building things. But, Trader, that would mean that this here tonight is the last stream on our old and dusty, busted. It's not really busted. I mean, it's actually, in all fairness, I got thinking about it. This rig, while it's given us a lot of problems, it's like your first car, right? It got you from A to B. It let you do what you needed to do. And I'm feeling a little sentimental about it. I ain't gonna lie. But, guys, this is my last night streaming with this setup. This desk, these monitors, this mouse and keyboard, like this whole thing. It's all of it, 100% of it is going to be gone next Thursday. And so I'm a little sentimental about it. I put it in the show notes tonight, Trader. This is our last stream. Sayonara, old. Hello, new hotness. But yeah, hopefully hopefully I don't run into any problems. And I got everything ready to go for the stream on Thursday. But I'm still going to be using the cat for at least another week or two. While, as a matter of fact, BekLikesPlants, since you're here, you had mentioned to me that you would be willing to help me with like my lighting and stuff. So I might be hitting you up here in about a week or so. Once I get the new rig set up, once we make sure everything works, then we've got to do lighting and camera and all that stuff. And my lighting on my back walls, all the lighting has come in. Trader, I've received 100% of the new studio, except for the PC, which obviously tried to get here today. I'm going to sign the slip and see if they'll leave it tomorrow. But on the other hand, it was like a $6,000 computer. They may not just leave it. So, but I'll be here Wednesday building the new furniture. So when they pull up, then I should be able to catch them, and yeah, I'll be able to catch them, and I'll be able to sign for it on Wednesday because the furniture and stuff's going to take hours, I'm sure. The PC is going to be the last thing I put in, right? And then if that's how you're building a studio, like the PC is one of the last things you put in. Got to do the furniture and the monitor and the wiring and all that stuff. I work tomorrow, Spectre. I can't get there. I work. But Wednesday I'm off. On the other hand, JT10 is very possible. It's very possible. Will there be a stream on Thursday? I'm predicting DJz gets pissed and says F it. That's also possible. But I will tell you, I spent over an hour. I spent over an hour out here earlier this evening exporting settings, backing things up into the cloud. Like, I think, God, fingers crossed, I think I've backed everything up that I'm going to need, Trader. So hopefully when I put the new machine in, it just, like, it should be, God, knock on wood, should be plug and play. Should be plug and play.
I wouldn't say that. It should be easier to make the transition.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm hoping.
I wouldn't say plug and play.
Yo, what's up, Abe? Thank you for your 9-month subscribe-iversary. Thank you so very much. Airport Andy on the 7-month subscribe-iversary. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Trader, I even unpacked my foam panels. I've got 48 square feet of foam panels to go onto the walls. And I unpacked those tonight so that those can, they got to, like, sit there for, like, a day or two so they can get nice and fluffy.
Yep.
So those are fluffing right now. Guys, we are so freaking close.
You did not say that.
What? They're fluffing?
Oh, God.
What's wrong? God.
DJs.
You guys are filthy. You know that? Like, I would never have thought that's a bad thing. Jeez. But yes, they're in the next room fluffing themselves up. They're getting all fluffed up, ready to be put up on the walls and doing their thing in here. All right, so pretty excited about that. I mean, I'm really close. I guess I'm shocked about it. Never really felt like. I mean, I guess I did. Like, I don't know. I always knew we could get here. I knew we would get here, but it's like now we're right there, and it's like you just look at the journey, I guess, and you think about it for a minute, and you're like, man, how far we've come, and like we're here. Like, it's time for the next chapter, right? Like, dang, I'm getting ready to put my face on the interwebs, which is a big deal for me. But at the same time, like, we're transitioning from a studio that got us by to, I would kind of argue, something relatively state-of-the-art, Trader.
I would agree with you.
I mean, there's nothing. The computer's big, right? The computer's stupid. But even the lighting, the cameras. I mean, I didn't cheap out on the lighting. I've got $600 worth of lights in here. I've got 3 Ultra HD 4K cameras. 3! Why? Why did I buy 3? I don't know. I'm a dummy, but I thought, hey, maybe different camera angles would be cool. I don't know.
Better safe than sorry?
This is okay. So I got 3 4K cameras. I've got enough foam padding to literally wrap myself in a cocoon. I have $400 or $500 worth of lighting for my back wall, which I don't even know how it's all going to look. I'm afraid that it's going to interfere with each other. I mean, Trader, it would not. And Beck knows. And Beck knows the just the office furniture we bought was $2,000.
Yeah. Yep.
Not
cheap.
Back true or false? I bought the most expensive, most over the top, most ridiculous desk you had available. And yes, I bought it from BekLikesPlants. I went straight to her. I ordered it straight from her. I bought the most expensive stuff she had. I don't even know why. I mean, it looks cool. It looks cool. Yeah, Beck says I definitely went over the top. I did. Because I don't want to have to do it again in 5 years, Trader. Like, this studio.
It's an investment, and treat it like that.
This studio is... Beck, would it be far-fetched to say that this is actually, like... I don't know what the word I'm looking for is here. But you know what, Trader? If I wanted to do, like, a television interview, if I wanted to do anything on camera, like, this is about as good as it gets in your house. I don't know that you could do any more than that in someone's house. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Do I have a green screen? I do have a green screen, Galvanox, but I decided not to use it. So I bought one, and then I changed course halfway through. We can use the green screen, absolutely. We can do all those things. All right, I've got it. But then Mrs. DJ's started buying lights for me, Trader. Did I show you guys? I remember showing you guys the neon. She bought me
that was awesome.
Do you guys remember? Hold on, let me see if I can find that screenshot. Do you guys remember the neon Mrs. DJ's bought for me? Here, I'll pull it up for you again. Ignore the wall. This is when I was actually I was doing construction. Mrs. DJ's bought me my own freaking name in neon. And when she got that, I was like, oh, well, now I have to. Now I can't use a green screen, Trader. I've got to use my sign.
Yeah, exactly.
So, oh, look, Wardod, Trader's contributing towards your strawberries. Oh, it's almost
somebody
there.
Somebody put my name on that. I just want you to know.
It wasn't you? That's hilarious.
No, it wasn't me.
Sergeant Epi, thank you for your 4-month subscriber.
I think that was IJ.
Oh,
I think that was IJ.
I do want to point out that they left like $2 on it. Look here. It's 98% funded. You see this right here? It's 98% funded. They left like $1 or $2 on there. That's hilarious.
Gotta be IJ then. Definitely gotta be IJ.
I'm out of water. This is bad. I have nothing to drink. I'm so parched. So yeah, I've got my neon. Galvanox, at this point, I was like, okay, now I can't use a green screen. But I'm sure that there will still be opportunities for us to use green screen, and I will. But a lot of people have been telling me, so what are you going to do with your old rig? Well, I know exactly what I'm going to do with the old rig. And I will likely use the green screen for this as well. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Contribution from Definitely Trader. And now it's fully funded. That's great. So now, Trader, we are going to take the old rig. And again, this is going to be a little bit of time because my focus Wednesday is going to be on my new setup. But that's going to leave me with an old busted desk. It's going to leave me with one PC and a green screen and one extra webcam. So, anybody want to take a guess on who is going to have his own brand spanking new, new to him, that is, his own gaming station right here next to dear old dad?
That's awesome.
Oliver DJz is going to get his own gaming station, and I am going to network everything together and give him his own Animes account so that he can come out and stream with us whenever he's ready. Oliver DJz is going to get my leftover rig. He's going to get my retired rig. Because you know what? Let me just tell you, for him, it's going to be more than enough. And here's the thing. You know, the only reason that it ever got so busted is because the cat can't stream at the same time as OBS, right? That was one of the biggest reasons for our problem. Well, I'm not going to put OBS on his machine because he just needs to be networked into mine. So I'm going to set up a screen share. What do they call that? An NDI? I'm going to set up an NDI output so he can run whatever avatar he wants, and it will come in as an NDI source on my machine. So now we'll be able to stream to you guys together. I could even flip over to his screen when we're playing. So if we're playing Among Us, we could spy on him. So
God.
Yes.
Shame on you.
What? He would do it to me. He would do it to
Oliver.
me. So we actually already were looking over here, like where we're gonna move. We've got some furniture in here. We're gonna have to move some stuff around. Mrs. DJz is totally on board. She was already talking about like some of the stuff we can move around. We're gonna give him a green screen. He's gonna get his own little streaming station in here, and he's super excited about it because he wants to stream with his dad. So yeah, lots of changes coming. And gosh, if I wasn't like so close to being like emotional about it all, I have all of you guys to thank. So I'm at a super exciting point in my streaming career, and I have you guys to thank for it. Thank you so very much. Oliver DJz is super excited about it as well. Oh. I wonder if he sent me this screenshot. I asked him to send me a screenshot. Let me see if he did or not. You guys asked last time, Trader, what he spent all his Robux on?
Yes.
He sent me a screenshot if I can find it. I can't find it now. He sent me a screenshot of his new avatar. Oh, okay. That's why I couldn't find him in my. There we go. Oh, I got it. Hold on. I'm going to send it to you right now. Oh, my God. This is terrible. Wardon, just so you know, I am in Ortexa. Oh, you're right next to me already. I see you. All right. Give me a second. Let me share this screenshot, and then we're going to let Wardon raid the base because that was what I promised him I would do. Let's see. Discord. So he did send me a screenshot. Now, guys, I just want you to know that he is thrilled to death with this. All right. You guys gave him money for his good grades. And he made a lot of it, Trader. It was like over $100. So when I show you what he bought with $100, I expect that you guys are not going to judge him because
we play Star Trek Fleet Command.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You guys spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on pixel ships and primes that solve problems that Scopely creates for you. I just want to remind you all that there are dumber things to spend money on than this. This apparently cost him around 100 actual US dollars. There are
what is that?
That is his new avatar character inside Roblox. Okay?
Huh.
It's like a turtle with rainbow hair and a sash with a little frog in it and a bodybuilder body thing. It might be an alligator, but I think it's got alligator feet. I'm not sure what's going on with the feet. And then it's got like fire print pants. Uh-huh. So this is
so I don't play Roblox, so I know nothing about it, but that's interesting.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Dave is like, I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, really, truthfully, I saw this and I'm like, dude, like, we could have probably come up with something a little better, right? He was like, Dad, these were all the most... I've got to keep him away from Star Trek. Dad, these were the most expensive... These were the most expensive customizations I could find. Wait, so you put this together and this is like the your runway model type outfit, right? Like this is the hot look. This is the new summer trend, everybody. Fire leggings and rainbow hair. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your survey strike team officer. Okay.
I love it.
I sold the design to Scopely for $5. They said, what a deal. Yeah, so there you go. Funny. So yeah, you guys asked what he spent his Robux on. This is it. I just want you to look.
Well, once again, I say we've spent a lot more money on a lot more interesting items in this game.
There you go. All right. Listen, I'm going to apologize unless you guys want me to take a break right now. The chocolate-covered strawberries are not going to be there by tomorrow because I'm not going to be able to order them. Is that okay? Did we finish Wardod's? Oh, we did. All right. Wardod, Trader, and Beck. The community has bought chocolate-covered strawberries for you for Valentine's Day. However, unless I literally order them right now, they're not even going to get there by Wednesday. Should I stop and order them, or are you guys okay receiving them Thursday?
I'm okay receiving them on Thursday.
Beck, Wardod.
You would probably want to wait until next week for me.
You're not even home, are you?
Well, I am home now, but I'm leaving pretty soon.
All right. Beck says, I suppose it's okay. Now, listen. When a woman says, I suppose, like,
You're in trouble.
There's a few words, okay? Like, fine. That's one of them, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm fine. No, that's not fine. Fine not equal to fine. Okay, I suppose. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one. JT10 says, "Can we send Bubba a bag of salt?"
Oh God.
Oh yeah, Beck. There's another one. It's whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah. If a female says it's whatever, it's not whatever. Here you go. You know what? We're going to change the music. We're going to change the music, Trader. We're going to give you love tips with DJs. Okay? I'm going to warn you about all of the things that you should know about when approaching Valentine's Day from a female's perspective. This is not the right soundtrack.
Oh.
What is this? I kind of like it. This has a very 90s movie. This has like a 90s rom-com kind of vibe to it, huh? I feel like what was that movie with Heath Ledger and 10 Things I Hate About You? Was that it? This reminds me of that movie right there. Yeah, that's it, Oblivious. 10 Things I Hate About You. This sounds like that theme song. Oh, yeah! All right, this is not the theme song I was kind of going with. But you know what? We're gonna stick with it. All right, here we go. Love and romance. All right, I gotta do the commercial break thing. I gotta find all the addresses and everything first.
Seriously, you don't worry about my DJs.
If you insist.
I insist.
But Trader dropped the whatever you decide, it should be fine. Like, ugh. No,
that was
Beck did. Whatever you think is fine. No, not whatever I think. Yeah, Blaze has another one. Do whatever you want. Ooh, I hear that one a lot. Now, sometimes it means that I do get to do whatever I want. Sometimes it means you better not do what you want.
Yeah, sometimes that means if you do what you want, you're going to be sleeping in your little man cave.
Yep. Okay.
It's
I'm just
all
saying.
in the nuance.
Just saying. Okay. Ooh. What is happening? Oh no, there is like a battle of the sexes happening in the chat right now.
Who's winning? I'll come to Beck's rescue. Hold on.
Obviously, Beck is winning. She's battling.
Oh,
it's a battle of wits with Dr. Juby. Now you tell me who's winning.
Oh, yeah.
You tell me who's winning. All right. Hang on.
Oh, Beck.
I am logging in.
Hey, don't be nice to the people who are less fortunate in life.
I am logging in. Are you referring to Dr. Juby? Listen, he is approaching life from a disadvantaged place, all right?
That's right. Exactly.
Not everybody has the mental fortitude. Not everybody has the mental fortitude to be socially normal.
Or be in complete control of all their faculties.
Dr. Juby is indeed one of these people.
Indeed, he is.
I love you too, Juby.
We love him anyway.
We
Don't get us wrong. We love him anyway, but he is a special snowflake.
He's a special Canadian. And we love you. We love you, Dr. Juby. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am logging in. I'm looking. Oh, here it is. My addresses. And where is Madam Vice Plansident? There it is. I found it. Hey, do you want it to the normal place? You want it to the normal place? Or do you want it somewhere else? Do you want it to come to your house or do you want it to go to the P.O. Box? No, obviously I'm not gaming. I'm going to go to the commercial break screen here in just a second while I order the strawberries. Listen,
like refrigerated or
she
like
wants them. She wants them like right now. So I got to order them tonight, or they're not going to get there on time. Well, Beck, I don't. Listen, if you want them to your,
she gave me a headache.
If you want them to your house, you're gonna have to PM me that. I don't have any other shipping address. I only have the PO box. I think this is the PO box. Let me copy and paste this to you. Where are you at? Where you at? Here you go. This is what I have. I just sent you what I've got. Is that the right one? See, I think that's your P.O. box, isn't it? Captain Oblivious wants to send Echo heart-shaped quesadillas.
Ooh,
I mean, I'm down with that. Where can we find heart-shaped quesadillas? Let's Google heart-shaped quesadillas for delivery.
Oh my god.
JT10 says, I don't know where you live. You're an awful stalker. Dude, no, I don't. And by the way, I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to find it. You remember, I don't even remember how this happened. I was going back. Somebody reminded me. What was it? Oh my gosh, I know what it was. I was searching through Discord for something the other day, and I don't remember what it was. And guys, I happened upon a screenshot. Good night, Victor. Thank you, buddy. I happened upon a screenshot of an image of a satellite view of my house. And I'm like,
oh,
wait a second. I think I remember something about this. And so I jumped to that message in the Discord. Guys, that was when Ripper freaking hacked me and sent me an image of my own house. Do you guys remember that? This was a long time ago. I don't even know if we were on stream yet, Trader. It might have just been podcast. And it was almost certainly before you joined the show. Ripper told me that I was not hard to find. I told him, obviously, I thought I was. And in the span of 3 minutes, he actually sent me a satellite view picture of my house. Ripper. Okay? Yeah.
Well, if anybody would do it, it would be Ripper, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. And that's why Ripper is king. Jimmy Jam says, I remember, but I didn't know that it was Ripper at the time. Yep. Got him! Yeah. That was Ripper. Sent me a picture of my house. All right. Guys, I have the appropriate delivery address. I'm going to go to this little screen right here. Trader. And,
what is the
of course,
background noise?
it's probably Wardon. Wardon, are you pooping?
Oh.
Are you pooping, dude? All right, hang on. Let's see. Okay. 2 dozen. Yes. Continue. This is ridiculous. I can't believe you guys are sending 2 dozen chocolate-covered strawberries. This is amazing. This is kind of awesome. You guys are a pretty cool community. You know that? I'm just saying.
They are a pretty cool community. When I get mine, I'm going to take a big picture and post them for you guys.
I mean, this is kind of cool. All right, if I hurry, I can still get it there by Wednesday. I've missed the tomorrow cutoff, but I can do it for Wednesday. Let's see. Okay. 2 dozen. Love and romance dipped strawberries. Proceed to checkout. Is it half price? No, I wish it was half price. It's definitely not. Okay, recipient's first name, Madam. Last name, Vice Plancident. I wonder if this actually is going to work. I wonder if it's not going to take, I'm sure. All right. Here we go. Copy. Delivery address. No address found. Oh, maybe. Oh, I got the wrong zip code. I still had word on zip code in there. Hang on. All right. And looking better now. Interesting. It still says there's no address found, but I guess we'll go with it. Whatever. There. Wait. Okay. Confirm address. It found you. All right. Now. Ooh, what should we put under the gift message, everybody? I'll let you guys write the gift message. How about, Trader, how about you guys write the gift message? No, so it's shipping to Madam Vice Plansident Beck. Surely it will actually show up that way. Okay. Gift message. We have 90 characters. So we got to be very concise. Let's see how many messages we can fit in to 90 characters. All right. Wardon wants to start. Stabby, stabby. Okay. That was 14 characters. We still have 76. What else? Beck is my favorite plant. Stabby, stabby. More pips. I like that one. Boop. That's a good one. Boop is good. Let's see. Beck is my favorite plant. Hawk, that's a little bit too long. We need short and concise messaging. We only have 57 characters left. Wardon says poop on bread. Your treasury is full. Trader, is that an okay one? Can we put that one in there? Can we remind her that her treasury is full? Oh,
I think we might like her too much for that.
Yeah, Stradalorian, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Galvanox says, how about a sweet complete sentence? All right. Love your litterbox family. How's that? I've got four concise messages followed up with love your litterbox family. Here, I'll tell you what. No. We'll do love and thanks from us to you from your litterbox family. There's a from button. I didn't have to put it in the message card. Okay. I've got it. Not that we should be telling her what the card says before, but I just want to get approval. Or do you just want me to send it? Do you want me to actually read the final card or just send it? You just want me to send it, Trader? You get final say
so. Send it.
Okay, sending.
Let's just send it.
Sending! Sending now. Save. Continue to payment. Okay. Enter credit card. Man, I am digging this soundtrack, man. This is like 90s heartthrob rock love music. It's great. sorry. I typed in the credit card number and it was invalid. Now I got to type it again. I apparently don't know what I'm doing. I can't spell things correctly. No, that is not the right billing address. I hate when the computer does this. Why does it think that? I haven't lived at that address in so long. I think that must be PayPal. Okay. No, that's not the right address. Stop it! Okay. No, I don't want you to email me promotions and special offers. Stop! Okay.
Sounds like you're having problems.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Well, without opposable thumbs, it's difficult to type. All right, I think I got it. Place order. Thank you for your order. Your order has been confirmed. Let's go. All right. Woo, we got it. All right, it is good. Love and romance is on its way to Madam Vice Plants in it. All right, now I can't figure out how to save my confirmation. God, I'm so old. Jesus Christ, Trader. What is wrong with me? This is so
the world may never know all the things that are wrong with you.
I mean, I'm telling you, like, I can have all the things. I can have all the nice things. Okay? I can have all the nice things. I can have the best tech in the world. And I can't figure out how to freaking print my confirmation. Jesus.
Balabom's right. Just take a picture with your phone.
All right. Got it. Viper says, just add a fax number. They'll send you a fax confirmation. You shut your mouth, Balabom. Oh, wait, it wasn't. Viper. Stop it, Viper. Making fun of my fax. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Valentine's Day gifts have been sent out. Now, we need to find some heart-shaped quesadillas. I gotta be honest with you.
While you're doing that, DJs, check your channel point redeems.
Okay, let's see what we got. We have well, that's sweet. Golly, somebody wants to change my name, Trader, and this is probably one of the nicest ones ever. Thank you, DJs. For what? Did I screw something up? Stradalorian, thank you, man. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know what that's about, but thank you if that was sweet and sincere. Jimmy Jams, thank you for your hydrate. Galvanox has asked me to change hats. What hat would you like, Galvanox? You get to choose the hat. I do have a heart hat. A hard hat. I'm wearing a hard hat, but I have a heart hat.
Yeah, that's what he says. A plant or a heart?
I don't know. Do I have a plant? I don't know. I got hearts, though. We can do hearts. Let me find the hearts. I should have put these on anyway. I mean, golly, it's Valentine's Day. Oh, he's so cute. Did they bounce? Look. Yeah. Hold on. Let me move the cat down a little bit. See, look, when I move, they even bounce and dance. Isn't that cute? Ah, there we go. Happy Valentine's Day. All right, so there is your hat change, Galvanox. Thank you very much. Stony Dude, thank you for your hydrate. You like it? It's my Valentine's Day outfit. It's cute. All right. Okay. Wardod has been waiting patiently. Wardod, are you ready? I should set a timer. Ladies and gentlemen, you may remember Wardod's birthday was just what? Actually, I guess it's been a couple of weeks now, hasn't it, Wardod? Did Wardod leave us?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, it was I guess a couple of weeks ago, and I let you guys determine how much time we were going to give Wardod alone with my bass, dependent on the hype train that you guys ran. And that day, you guys awarded Wardod a stupid amount of time with my bass. I just want to say thank you guys so very much. It was very, very kind of you to offer my resources for his birthday. Wardod, you have 18 minutes. You will get 18 minutes from the time that you crack my bass for the first time. Actually, from the time that I attack your bass the second time, because obviously I'm going to get a bubble, and it'll take me a few seconds to hit you back. Yes, I will move the timer so you guys can watch the resources falling like a rock. And while we're doing that, Trader, we're going to listen to more hilarious punk rock and demonstrate to you on camera the true bromance that exists between myself and a boy named Wardod. All right, Wardod. Hang on. I'll give you a few extra seconds. There you go. The timer is underway. I don't think he has 2 maxed amalgams. Wardod, do you have, how many maxed amalgams do you have? Just one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just one. Wardod, why are you quiet? You got really quiet. Let's see what he took. Looks like the game is going to be slow. I'm not going to get to see the logs. He's going. Just a Wardod standing in front of a cat. Oh my God, he's got 2. You said there was only... Oh, is this the game freaking out?
It's a game.
Yeah, the game's freaking out. Oh, good. We're gonna stack up with a bunch of amalgami. Trader, we're gonna get like 15 amalgami stacked up on my base here. Let's see how much he's taking, guys. You guys want to take a quick peek? Oh, we're not gonna be able to see it because the logs are still broken. Scalpel!
How much were you pulling whenever you rated me?
I don't remember, man. Honestly, don't remember. Does anybody remember how much I got per scoop? Wardod, can you tell us what you're getting per scoop? Can you guys see any?
7.8 billion.
7.8 billion? That's it?
Yeah.
Is that a lot? I feel like it should be higher than that. Maybe that's good. 7.8 billion? Is that good for a scoop? That seems like it's good for a scoop, right?
Seems a little low, so
it does seem a little low.
Extend the time.
No, shut up. I don't think that's community. 7.8 billion per scoop. That's probably pretty decent, right? Balabom says the best scoop I ever got was 1.5 trillion. Oh, I'm not that big of a whale. I don't have that much. Can I just tell you how happy this music is making me right now, Trader? I have no idea why, but it's making me very, very slap happy.
It is great music.
Isn't it? Is this not like 90s, like, you know, rom-com movie kind of soundtrack? Like, it's very, very 10 Things I Hate About You. Like, I'm very much feeling it.
I don't remember that movie, so I'll take your word for it.
Whoa. Wait, what? You've never seen 10 Things I Hate About You?
I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar to me. What made it, like, amazing? Okay, I've clearly... DJ's has keeled over Dead of Shock.
I mean... Dang. I thought everybody... Beck hasn't seen it either?
I never saw it.
Not only haven't I seen it, I've never actually heard of it.
What? What? Okay. All right, you guys. Seriously? It's an old movie from the 90s, right? 1999, Julia Stiles, Heath Ledger. This. You've never seen this? That? It's like the punk rocker guitar player.
I mean,
I thought it was a great movie.
I know who they are. I mean, I know who Julia Stiles is. I know who Heath Ledger was. I mean, I don't recognize the movie.
Listen, you should probably try to find it. Look, it's on Disney Plus. Trader, you have Disney Plus, right?
I am a nerd. Yes, I do have Disney Plus.
It's free on Disney Plus. Go check it out. 10 Things I Hate About You.
It's not my jam. It's just not my jam, DJ.
Trader.
It's also a Shakespeare remake.
Shauna Benson is here, everybody! Shauna Benson! What are you doing, Scribbler?
I thought I'd just, sneak in the back door.
Yo, what you doing? I'm afraid that I probably can't play it. It'll probably... I mean, I don't mind to try to play it. Am I going to get copyright struck if I try to play this trailer? I probably shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I probably should not try to do that.
If you're playing a trailer,
probably not.
you'd be fine. Yeah.
Okay, let me switch over. Let me switch over to the proper sound card. And let's pull up. Okay, I'm going to turn this down for a second. We'll pull up the El Gato. And let's see if we can find this trailer. This is such a cute movie. It's a very cute
It's a widely known fact that the Stratford sisters aren't allowed to date.
For every girl who's
Oh
ever
my
hoped.
gosh, I forgot that Alex Mack was in this movie. You guys remember what was her name? Alyssa Olenek? She played Alex Mack on the Nick it was on the same night as Are You Afraid of the Dark? What was that like block of shows that they did on Nick? Oh, come on, somebody's got to remember. Who's in jail? Alyssa Olenek is in jail? Secret Life of Alex Mack. That's right. Snick. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. It was Snick. And yeah, she played Alex Mack, and she was in this movie too.
What's the prom?
Every guy who's ever tried.
You never give up, do you?
Was that a yes?
No!
And anyone
You're concentrating awfully hard considering it's gym class.
who's ever been taken completely by surprise.
Not as violent.
Oh, now we're back. I got kicked off the internet. Did you guys get to watch the trailer?
No.
So the trailer actually kicked me off the internet? See, I told you guys I couldn't be playing stuff like that. They kicked me off the internet. Okay, see, that's why I can't. And somebody came and killed my ships. Why would you kill my ships? Is Trader back? Do I have everybody from Discord back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm eating a sandwich.
Yeah,
so because I showed up, I was going to leave.
No, that's not it. I play copywritten material, and they shut me down. Oh, the Disney assassins got me.
I don't think it works that fast. I'm just saying.
Oh, they got me, Trader. They got me. I got a flashing warning on my screen. It said Mickey Mouse capped your ass. That's what it said. Okay? Had a picture of Mickey Mouse with a knife and a lead pipe in the other hand. Okay? That's right. FBI helicopters are above my house right now. Woo! That's what it said. That's what it said, Beck.
The unidentified flying objects are fast.
Yeah, the FBI is using weather balloons now. Don't get it twisted. Yes, Balabom, I'm very afraid of that mouse. This cat is very afraid of that Disney mouse. Okay? I have waited many several times, Trader, expecting to get a letter from the Disney legal department. It's never come yet. But one of these days. Who killed my other ships? Somebody killed my ships out here. Who was it? Wardod, you took time to kill my ships when you should be raiding? Shame on you.
Oh, why are you automatically accusing me?
It's got you in my freaking battle log. Right there, Ship D, Wardod. It was you.
Oh. No, that wasn't me.
That was you, dude. Did somebody change their name to you? No, that's you. That's you. You're raiding me. You killed my pylum.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, apparently. Ooh, does that mean that your cloak failed? Because here was your other cloak. But it actually showed you as cloaked. That means, Trader, that was one of those 33% that the cloak failed. And it still showed up in my battle log.
No, that wasn't me.
You got busted, son. You got busted. Your cloak.
That wasn't me.
You got busted.
Look at the power.
All right.
It was 2 different power levels.
I don't think he's telling us the truth. 159, 925. And... oh, snap. It wasn't him. Wait, what is going on here? I don't have time for these shenanigans. All right, hang on. That was a tier 6 Sanctus. So that could have been the cloaked one. But Wardod, it was definitely you that killed my pylum. It's the exact same. You killed my pylum. IJ got my Enterprise, I guess. What was it? What was out there? Yeah, he got my Enterprise. You got my pylum. You fibber face. Here I am, spoon feeding your resources. Be a good little Wardod. Here comes the airplane. It's coming in for a landing. Wardod's not being set up. Wardod actually killed my ships. All right, do you guys know how much resource he's gotten so far? He's still got 5 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock.
What did you start at?
I have no idea what I started at. I was going to screenshot it, but I missed it. Did anybody else get it? Balabom says you're weak, Wardod. You've only captured 400 billion so far.
Yeah, I know.
Weak sauce. Weak sauce! God! I do remember I started at 5.7 trillion steel. How much tritanium did I have? 668. So he's gotten, what, 33 billion trite, 400 billion steel. I mean, that's still respectable. That's respectable. Yo, JT10, thank you for gifting a sub in here tonight to Lisa. Thank you. Also, Josh Parsons, thank you for your 8-month resub. Appreciate you. Here in the litter box, Horace with the 6-month resub. Yo, what's up? Sergeant Epi for your 4-month resub. 813 with the 9-month resub. Thank you guys also very much for continuing your support of this channel. All right, so you guys want to see a couple of crews. Wardod is raiding what should be with Baitor, Ston, and 2. No, Wardod. You're actually leaving 5% on the table. Although, it's not that much. It's 5% of the native cargo size. IJ, that was you. Why did you kill it? You got busted, IJ. Why did you kill my other ships? I have things to do with those ships. 3M says, why is a character from the Enterprise series being quoted in hailing frequencies? The Disruptor one has a quote from Malcolm Reed under its menu. Okay, let's check it out. How do I even get to it? Okay, let's see. Okay, this one. Where do you get to them where I can actually see them to unlock them or whatever? This is how much I've engaged with this feature, Trader. Where do I go to manage? Ship management screen? All right, Wardot, I gotta repair a ship. I'll just do the Rialto though, and then I'll pull it out. All right, here we go. Where inside here? Right here? Wardot, you got 3 minutes left, buddy. All right, so the phaser says... Oh, Trader. Oh, Trader. You know, we've had a few Easter eggs in this game. We've had a couple of Easter eggs in this game. Just saying. Trader, do you remember during the Outlaw arc when we actually got the Harry Mudd character before the officer came out? Before the officer came out, they quoted him. I'm trying to remember how this went. How did
Wasn't
we get?
it in one of the? Wasn't it in one of the officer descriptions, like the?
Yeah.
Like
Oh, no.
That's what I remember.
Here's what it was. I have it backwards in my head. The Harry Mudd officer came out, and in the description, it teased Discovery. And Discovery came next. That's what it was. His officer description talked about Discovery. And then the Discovery arc happened. So we got Malcolm Reed's quote here. Let's see, what else do we have in here? All right, nothing there. That's obviously TNG. Okay, there you go. Jean-Luc Picard again. Ah, there's Captain Janeway. Interesting. So we've got Voyager and Enterprise references built into these new... Okay. Name the... place this quote, people. Place this quote. You are an imperfect being created by an imperfect being. Finding your weakness is only a matter of time. Wasn't that...
wasn't
First
that
Contact?
said to Data?
Yeah, that was said to Data in First Contact, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah? All right. Listen, I'm finding a few Easter eggs in here, Trader.
Now keep an eye on that timer, DJs. He's getting close to the end of his time.
Yeah, he's got 35 seconds left.
Trader, he doesn't need help.
Listen. Can I make a ridiculous admission?
Sure.
I find these to be ridiculous and I don't like them.
I agree.
But for whatever reason, I was very, very close to the leaderboard for Hugh. Not for Hugh. For the Locutus Avatar. Wasn't that one in this past weekend's Borg Directives event? So I went ahead and got it. I mean, you guys know I spent all those spheres anyway. All right, Wardod, timer's up. Boom, boom, boomity, boom, boom. You hear the alarm, community? You hear it? The alarm is going off. It's telling me in a very sweet and tender way that Wardod's time is... Hey! No more extra scopes! You cheater McCheater pants! Hey! Gosh, that was rude.
I'm not doing anything.
That was very rude. Don't you hear the timer? It's very tender. Very, very sweet. Do you hear it?
I heard it.
It's very... I would not wake up to that. Let me just tell you, if that was my alarm, I would not wake up to it. Joker says that's a standard Windows timer. Thank God I don't rely on that to wake up in the morning. I would never hear that.
I use the Ripples timer on my iPad. That's my alarm.
I don't know. Robotsky says, I would totally wake up to that. It's very annoying. Okay, community. Final tally. He started with 668 billion. He got 69. No, he got 49 billion. Call it 50 billion trite. He got over 600 billion in steel. So, Wardod, listen, I got $1 trillion off you. You got almost 700 billion back. Let's just call it even. It sounds like we're pretty even. Right? Yeah? No. I mean, well, listen, you say no, but I'm relatively certain that if you also took into account all the other resources that you've gotten off of me in the last several months, then we're probably still, you probably still actually owe me a little bit. It's probably, I'm just saying. It's probably a real thing. Just, mentioning it.
I don't think so.
Happy birthday, my friend. I'm sorry.
I appreciate
I'm
it.
sorry my gift was late to you, but happy birthday.
I'm actually surprised that you did it.
How old are you anyway?
91.
Okay, I was going to go for like a legit 72, 73, somewhere in there, but we can play 91. It's good.
91.
91.
I feel like I'm 72.
Yeah, he's 91 going on 72, folks. You heard it here. Oh, he's young at heart, Trader. All right. Let's see. All right. There were a few things that I wanted to show you guys tonight. I have gotten a tremendous number of questions on this, Wardod. Trader, I know some of you VIPs, you guys unlock Spock. I have something hilarious to share with you. Yo, Devil Panda, thank you for your 8-month resub. Loving the adorable kitty cat. Aw, thanks. Yes, okay, so Spock's Club, the website is back up. To my knowledge, I have not spoken to June. I need to shoot him a message, actually. It came back up over the weekend. I haven't spoken to June, and from what I can tell, the website is back up, but the data's not been updated yet. He doesn't have the new officers and stuff in there, but, I mean, he's been gone for a couple of months, so I'll reach out to him. I'll see if I can help him or facilitate him doing whatever he needs to do. But I haven't actually even spoken to him yet. I need to do that. But, yes, the website is back up, but it's still at the same state it was. There's not been any updates yet, okay? But I will reach out to him and see what I can find. Now, I know some of you VIPs invested into Spock for your fleet commander, Trader. And interestingly enough, this past weekend, I started getting a message from many people, like 4 or 5 different people, about this particular skill. The skill is called Prosper. And Trader, if I were to read to you the skill, you would probably be confused. May I read it to you now?
Absolutely.
It says, increases raw latinum for Devor Fisha. Okay, community. Trader, you get the first crack at the interpretation. Increases raw latinum for Devor Fisha. Go.
I would say that it increases the mining rate of the regular latinum, not the concentrated latinum.
Really?
That's my guess. Why?
Why? That is ridiculous, Trader. That's silly.
It's
You're silly.
useless.
You're being silly.
Was that right?
Katya says, I think it increases the Latinum refinery. Okay, that's possible. Captain Oblivious agrees.
Why are you giving me crap about my guess?
I'm not giving you crap. I'm just saying that idea is dumb.
Well, I didn't say it was smart, did I? Those words ever left my mouth.
Trader, I'm just giving you a hard time. I don't want anyone to think I'm picking on you. I say it's a dumb idea because that's, in fact, exactly what it is.
Oh my God, that is hilarious.
This increases the raw latinum, not concentrated latinum, but the original latinum mining speed on the Devore Fuchsia. All right.
Words, DJs. I don't have words.
Now, I have asked, well, Katya, there could be a small reason. It's not a bug. I mean, the way it's written could maybe be, interpreted as a bug. Oh, that's an interesting overlay. You see that? My info. Yo, okay, play the bugs thing again. There you go. There's a bug for you. The info button doesn't make the background screen disappear. You see that? Oh, fun times. Anyway, some people, Trader, had to scrap their original Devore to get the Fuchsia, which means they don't have the original Devore and they can't mine original Latinum anymore.
Yes. I remember that being an issue.
Yeah.
Quote-unquote issue.
So, now, I do think it's cute. Galvanox says this could be a non-whale thing, right? People who had to scrap their Fuchsia and don't have another Devore. I would remind you it's locked behind Command Center 40. Just throwing that bone out there, okay? So if it's if it's a non-whale, you should get there sometime. Listen, I've done some early projections. I'm going to say that it's probably going to be around April of 2025. So no big deal. All right.
I'm sorry.
Around April of 2025, a free-to-play should be able to get to Command Center level 40. But yes, it's increasing the raw latinum speed. Now, the funny thing about this trader, and I haven't been able to verify this yet. So if anybody actually does have Command Center 40 and actually does have Spock, I would appreciate, because trader, these percentages are equally as dumb. Unless, Carissa, you say the percentage is low, why should we care? This is why I'm curious about it. So first of all, I've gotten a bunch of PMs about it. I guess just where they've done selectable skills now, people are like wondering, maybe I should invest in it or maybe I shouldn't. The only way that this skill is not broken from the start, this has to be a net multiplier, which is why I was curious. Because, by the way, if it does increase raw latinum by an additive 60%, the Devore, maybe not, Trader. Maybe not. Because the Devore Fuchsia doesn't have any bonus on original latinum, so 60% probably would still mine it faster.
Yeah. Excuse me.
It's still a very, very odd skill. But for whatever reason, a lot of people asked me about it, so I just thought I would share with it. I don't know why people are asking about it. I guess, is there some reason? You know why? I bet I know why. I bet a lot of people got their fleet commander to that level during the last Fleet Commander event. Because doesn't it require something pretty high? Requires Fleet Commander 13? Yeah. So maybe people did that. Maybe people did that during the last Fleet Commander event. I don't know. No, Joker, the reason why this isn't as bad as I originally thought is because I was thinking about the 30,000% bonus to mining Latinum, but the Fuchsia has no bonuses for original Lat. I kind of feel like this is still really crappy. I feel like that's still really crappy. I need somebody who's got it to turn on the skill and check a Latinum node and then turn off the skill and check the same Latinum node. Are you telling me that this is additive to basically a ship's mining laser? Like, that's to base? It's not, because if it's multiplicative, Trader, I could almost see it if it was multiplicative. Although, look at it, it does get to 2,000% at level 15. It's 15 levels, Galvanox, and it gets up to 2,000%. I don't know. It sounds... I mean, I guess it's a thing. Anyway, you guys wanted to know. There you go. That's the answer. Who cares about raw lat? I mean, I do try to do it. I try to do some. All right. Let's see. There was something else. There was another comment up here. Captain Oblivious says, while we're discussing things, can we get info on whatever these things are at the bottom of the consumables tab? Yes. Yes. Captain Oblivious is talking about these things down here. These are exocomps. And it's my understanding that these are the ones that we're not supposed to see. They are some form of auto-activated. These are probably, I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. They are an EXO, but they're probably some form of auto-activated EXO that is somehow accumulated or we haven't had a chance to pop. Do you remember, Trader, when the Mantis EXOs were jacked up and we had a bunch of them that got stuck in our inventory? I'd be pretty sure that that's what these are.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I think these are the manual exocomps while they were manually being popped that we never got to spend. You can't select them. If you do it, it just says the exocomps, a maximum number of exocomps is already reached. I guess it's also potentially possible that these are... They can't be incursion exocomps because I've never bought one. So they can't be that. The tally buff could be something, I guess. I don't know. But these are auto-activated consumables is what they are. And for whatever reason, they've not been used or consumed. There you go. JT10 says, is there any reason, like a recruit the new Borg officers event, to hold off on cashing Dabo tokens? So I haven't spent any yet, JT10. I have not spent any yet because there is a recruit event coming, I'm pretty sure. Let me look back at the calendar. And by the way, Trader, this calendar has changed almost daily. I'm very sorry. I have not put out an event guide video because I've basically been told by Scopely there's no point. Because they're making changes to the calendar almost daily. So, there's that. For example, I can tell you about a couple of things.
That's actually really disappointing, DJs, to hear that.
Well, like, for example, I can tell you this run of Plunders of War on February 17th and 18th, it's not going to happen. That one is not happening. I'm not allowed to tell you what it's being replaced with, but you're going to love it. That was sarcasm. Let me see. There was something else. Oh, you were asking about a recruiting event. Okay, assaults. Assaults? You know. All right. Trader. Hold on a second. I need to do something. Hang on. Stand by. Stand by, please. Uno momento, por favor. Stand by.
Is this where we entertain people with songs? I don't know.
Oh, hey. Oh, yo. Shauna. What are you doing? Hey, Shauna, how do you like assaults? How do you like assaults?
How do I like them?
Yeah, did you like assaults?
That's implying I participated in one.
Did you play in any assaults?
I was certainly assaulted several times, but I did not assault anyone. I want that on the record. I have assaulted no one. I have a clear record of no assaulting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That being said, did you steal any plasma during the last run of assaults with Alliance star bases?
No. I actually manage our Alliance starbase, and so of course we got raided a couple times of our plasma, but I did not personally raid anybody else. And then everyone got bored, and then it never happened again, which was fine.
Yeah. Trader, I need to issue the following disclaimer. Please, 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 nobody freak out. As a matter of fact, I'm going to beg of the community, no yelling, no canceling of subscriptions, no abandoning your favorite DJ cat. But I have a story that I would like to tell. Trader, this past weekend, while I'm sitting on my couch, watching the Philadelphia Eagles lose in Super Bowl 57, in between Google searches of, is Rihanna pregnant? And as I had an opportunity to wipe the wing sauce from my fingers, I had an epiphany. The epiphany that occurred inside my cat brain was that I feel that I may have been prematurely judgy against ASB assaults.
You are not prematurely judgy, and do not ever reconsider that position.
I am here to tell you, Trader, that myself and my alliance, Captain Bull, JB, Lord Neelix, Dirty Bird Bill, we had so much fun this weekend. We had so much fun raiding alliance spaces for plasma. We stole so much. We stole so much plasma. There was so much PvP. I have gazillions and gazillions and gazillions of plasma.
How far into the Andorian wine were you? How far into the Andorian wine?
I am out of water right now, Shauna. I am like way into the wine right now. I'm way into it.
No, that's totally legitimate. I just wanted to make sure I knew what we were dealing with.
Hashtag DJz loves assaults.
Oh, Lord.
Trader, I'll hold him down and you can beat him.
Yes.
No, seriously. Here's what we did.
Catnip,
Hold on.
DJs.
Hold
Put
on.
down the cat.
Hold on. All right, first of all, Oblivious, I'm going to come back to your question. I'm going to come back to your question in a second. It's the music, Trader. It's got me in a very, very happy, lovey feeling kind of place. Look, people, don't listen. I made you promise. No unsubscribing. I have reasons. I was very
tempted to do Romulan ale, but I was afraid of something like this.
Don, don't abandon me! Don't abandon me, Don! Don't do it, Katya! Don't do it. Listen, this is gonna cost me actual subscriptions. This is gonna cost me subscriptions. And look, Honor says I just renewed. Where's the cancel button? Oh,
it's
all
like
right.
when someone tells you that they signed up for like a third party that will never win anything.
Hold on. Are you sure? Liz, are you sure? Are you sure? Private sponsor? Can I now? Hold on. All right. Everybody relax. Trader, I lost a bet. And the wager was I had to come out and I had to present a convincing speech that I had in fact turned my opinion on ASB assaults. That was the bet. I lost. Thank God this individual has now relieved me of my obligation because I was seriously getting nauseous. Oh my God, listen, We just lost 14 subs. 14!
I was gonna call it 5150 on you, and I was pretty concerned. I gotta say.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
It's gotten into the catnip tonight.
No, it wasn't me. Wasn't me.
See, I came on stage because Trader was having to rep, our gender solo because Aaron wasn't here.
Aww.
And I felt like if you were going to dive into the, what women really mean when they say this, that I needed to be here for support to back up Trader when you are completely and totally wrong.
Well, I want you guys to know.
It.
Viper.
I love it.
I want you to know. He says, thank God Rev and No One are streaming. They may still have some common sense. Let me just tell you, I've got all the sense. I've got all the common sense. Okay, all of it. No, assaults are still bad. I hate them. But the Eagles did not win the Super Bowl. And you guys know another streamer who may or may not have some kind of, I don't know, hometown connection to the Kansas City Chiefs, Trader. It ain't No One Shall. It ain't Rev Deuce. And it ain't President Echo. Ladies and gentlemen, BekLikesPlants made me that bet. And I mean, I am a very responsible and honest and trustworthy cat. I lost the bet. And that was my bet, that I had to convince the community that I liked assaults. Beck says, I knew I would win that bet. I actually really thought I was going to win that bet. And community, you would have really, really liked if I had won that bet. See, look, I want you to look at the chat, Beck. Look at the chat. The community wanted me to win. They wanted me to win. Because community, that's right. That is the only way that anybody can say that they like assaults is if they lose a bet. Community, I know you would have much rather the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Even if you like Patrick Mahomes, you wanted the Eagles to win the Super Bowl because had they won, Trader, BekLikesPlants would have actually done in video form a cosplay performance of Wannabe by the Spice Girls. That was what was on the line.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Well, the question is, what was she? Which one was she going to cosplay?
I have no idea.
I assume babies, but that's just me.
I don't know. Yes. Whichever one she wanted. But that's how confident I guess she was. She wasn't worried. I know, Thad. That's what I wanted. I wanted Beck doing the Spice Girls.
Yeah.
But I didn't win. So yes, Darkfire, the takeaway is Madam Vice Planson and BekLikesPlants paid off the refs. That's what happened.
That money that she makes. Yes. That's too scopely money. She paid off the refs.
Beck paid off the refs. Patrick Mahomes got another Super Bowl ring. I know, Garrick. Garrick says, listen, the Eagles were supposed to win. Can we still get our prize? I don't know. You're going to have to take it up with Madam Vice Planson. It's up to her. Okay? I made the request. The stakes were high. Beck says the stakes were high. The stakes were high. I agree. Yes, I'm good on my dailies. Thank you.
He lost 14 subs. I would say that was pretty high.
I lost what?
You said you lost 14 subs. I would say that's a pretty high,
yes. That was pretty high stakes. Come back. Don, Viper. Come back. Are they already gone? Oh, there's Viper. Okay, Viper's still here. Don. Don't leave me! Don't leave me, Don! It was all a lie! I made it up! I completely falsified the evidence! It wasn't me! BekLikesPlants made me do it! It wasn't my fault, Don! It wasn't my fault!
This is like the speech in the Blues Brothers where John Belushi is like,
It wasn't my fault. Actually, Don, funny enough, that's what was happening in my house. Mrs. DJz was wearing Bengals gear because she believed firmly that the Bengals were supposed to be in the Super Bowl against the Eagles. So there you go. Yo, JT10, thank you for gifting a sub. We got one of the 14 back. Woo! No, Galvanox. No, Galvanox has clearly not been listening to the last 3 minutes. I was coerced, Galvanox, because I am a good-natured, honest fella. I made a bet. I made a bet with a handshake and a good, honest word. I halfway wonder if Beck was actually going to deliver had she lost. Beck, if let's just pretend for a second, Beck, that your check bounced and the refs didn't throw that holding call at the very end. Yo, thank you, JT10, for dropping a gifted sub. Also, Brocolo, thank you for dropping 10 gifted. I appreciate that. We're almost back to where we were.
That seems head-worthy.
Let's pretend.
Yes. At best.
Sweet Creature says, thanks for the t-shirt. Been nice knowing you. I'm outies. Beck, that's true. You know what? That's fair. Beck says, I did do Faith of the Heart. I would have delivered. Now I got to find something else. K92 says, how can we ever trust anything DJ says ever again? Because I couldn't keep it up. I couldn't keep it up.
She was saying Taylor Swift for you, as I recall, which is a thing that she does not normally do.
Yeah, she doesn't really do country music, but she did Taylor Swift.
So
I know.
It would have been good for it.
I know. I'm just saying. Thank you, JT10, for the 10 gifted. I appreciate that very much. Yo, thank you. Yo, whoa, what are you doing, man? JT10 just dropped 15 gifted? Jeez, thanks, man. No. Don. I couldn't maintain the facade. Oh, my God. You guys are filthy. I said I couldn't keep it up, Trader. Community goes wild.
Yep.
Y'all silly. Anyway. No, we did not actually run any assaults, and they're still as awful as they've ever been. But I lost a bet, so there you go. Thank you for letting me off the hook early. You know, the original bet was I had to maintain it for 6 hours. I couldn't.
And then you call your doctor. God,
I walked right into that one too. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Yeah, I couldn't keep it up for 6 hours. God. Yeah, there's a problem. Call your doctor. Anyway. Joker said it was honestly a believable statement. Expansion cubes were so bad, I could believe that you actually ran assaults on the weekend just to have something to do. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. I'm dying. I need something to drink. I'm so thirsty. Hold on, I gotta go see if there's something in the fridge. Can I have a second? I just need a second. I know there's nothing in the fridge. I'm screwed. My water jug is empty. I've got a big water jug. It's empty. And my cup is empty. I can't refill it out here, Galvanox. I'm in the garage. I don't trust the water that comes out of the faucet. I gotta go into the house. Why because I'm thirsty. That's why.
DJ.
Yes.
Are you planning on watching Picard season 3 this week?
I am. It's Thursday night, right?
Yes.
Yes. Picard season 3, the final chapter, premieres this Thursday night on Paramount Plus.
I was like the one person in Hollywood that didn't get invited to the premiere.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
They suck. You're
What?
awesome.
How does that even happen?
It was much more a publicity, press, and fan screening, which I totally understand and is awesome. Like a friend of mine who is a longtime Trek fan actually has a uniform and showed up in uniform for the premiere, which I thought was pretty great. But yeah, and he had an old school like Rathacon era uniform, which looks pretty sweet. But yeah, no, the showrunner is a really great guy, Terry Matalas, that has done a lot of really good stuff in the past. If you've seen 12 Monkeys on Sci-Fi, he and at the time he had a writing partner, they ran that show for several years, and I'm excited. I'm excited because I think it's what everybody kind of was expecting Picard to be the first 2 seasons.
Yeah, the big reunion, right? Everybody's there.
Yeah,
everybody's coming.
He also wrote. I think it's on. Did he do Enterprise? I can't remember. He has a Trek connection going way back, and he clearly cares about the canon. He cares about these characters a lot. Like I talked to him a little bit at Comic-Con last year, and my sister and I are friendly with him, but we've never really like met him. But we were very encouraged about what season 3 was looking like based on our conversations with him. So I'm super excited. I think it's going to be good. I really do. I hope so. But I've heard Frakes is amazing. That's the one thing I heard is that Jonathan Frakes is kind of the MVP of this season.
I am really looking forward to it because the entire cast is pretty much back together again, right? So like I'm pretty jazzed about it. I understand why some people are cautiously optimistic because I feel like season 2 was a major letdown. It was fine. It was good. It wasn't Star Trek. In my
I think it really suffered from the pandemic. I think that was a victim of the pandemic to some degree. Because that season was supposed to have started like right when lockdown happened in LA.
Yeah.
And they had to delay, and it was a little messy. And so I think he's coming into this, and he had been on the previous season kind of late in the game, and he was sort of trying to keep it on the track and not derailed so that he could get to season 3 and they could do this, which I call play the hits, because that's what everybody wants. You go to a concert, you want the act to play the hits. That's what getting the gang back together is. It's playing the hits, and I think that will pay off in the long run a lot.
Well, I am very excited about it because the trailer has literally shown pretty much everybody, except for Data, but we still have Brent Spiner. No idea yet on Wesley Crusher, but that's very realistic. I'm very excited just to have the gang back together. I thought season 1, I really enjoyed season 1. I know some people were a little torn on it, but that felt like Trek to me. You know what I'm saying? Season 1 was Star Trek.
Yeah.
Season 2 was not as much Star Trek, but this one looks Star Trek. You've got space battles, you've got an alien, you've got somebody with a personal grudge, you've got ships and the whole gang back together. Like I'm pretty excited about it. No, you didn't see Data, Galvanox. You saw lore. You didn't see Data. You saw lore. So
surprise.
I'm kind of looking forward to it. You've got who else? The holodeck guy, Dr. Moriarty.
Yeah.
Professor Moriarty. He's back. Like, Trader, some of the stuff, like some of the best stories. Okay, can I make an admission? I think I've said this on the show. I have spent the last several weeks rewatching Voyager. And I am now up to season 6, and I only started probably like a month or two ago. I'm all the way through season 6. I remember now why I love that show so much. Like, it was a good show.
Yeah.
And even, Shauna, you mentioned you were joking because the salamander joke made it into Prodigy. I got to be honest with you. I recently rewatched the Salamander episode. It was not as bad as, like, I think we all make it out to be. I mean, obviously it was a little awkward, yes. But, like, that was, like, 5 minutes of that whole episode. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
and you hold it up to, like, Spock's Brain and some other episodes that are sort of notoriously bad. And I think it's almost endearing in its badness. Like, we all just kind of look at it and go, oh, that was cute that they tried that. Also, Warp 10 is not a thing, so don't do that. Ever again.
You know, I get that. I get it. But, like, that's just it. The entire episode was not about the salamander. The entire episode was about the warp barrier. And there was science, and there was unexplained phenomena, and there was, you know, medical mystery. Like, the whole episode was not about the salamander. It was about Warp 10. And, like, the salamander was like 5 minutes of it. You know, not even 5 minutes. It was like the last 3 minutes of that episode. So I rewatched that episode, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, obviously it was a stupid ending, right? It's a stupid ending. But the first 37, 38, 39 minutes of that episode were not actually bad.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't. And you know, I see it in the chat. Hey, real quick. Some of your favorite Voyager episodes. The Year of Hell, somebody just wrote that. I watched that. That was such a good episode. All right, I think there were two of them. There were two of them, right? Year of Hell was a 2-episode. It was a season ender coming back into a season premiere. It was good. I thought those were great. The Hirogen hunting parties. You guys remember the World War II reenactment? It was also a 2-part episode. Where the Hirogen had taken over Voyager and turned it into like 5 decks worth of a holodeck. Spectre says Tinker Tenor Dr. Spy. Actually, I just watched that one like 3-4 days ago. That was the one where the Doctor was daydreaming and an alien species had tapped into his daydreams, and that was where the emergency command hologram was invented. There's memes about that episode. There are memes about the ECH. That came from that episode. All right? Very good. Viper says where Kim and Chakotay went back in time. They didn't go back in time. They tried to change history because Harry Kim destroyed Voyager. Excellent episode. All sizzle.
That is why he is still an ensign.
Do what?
I said that's why he's still an ensign.
Yeah. Yeah, that one, Dragon's Teeth. Dude, I just watched that episode like 2 days ago. Dragon's Teeth. That was the one about the alien warlike species that 7 of 9 accidentally woke up. I drew a lot of references to that, to Space Seed. Huh? How many people have gone back to the original series and been like, oh my God, that was just like how Khan got started? Like, if they were to ever, obviously they're not going to make a Voyager movie because it's too late now. But you know, Trader, if they were ever going to, it absolutely could have been on Dragon's Teeth. It could have been based on that episode. Because there were so many mirror references to Khan. Like, you know that the writers were thinking of Space Seed when they wrote that episode. You know what I'm saying? That was great. Great episode. Pirate Yar says the pips popping up on the collar of the Doctor was the best moment in the entire series. It was a great piece of it. So I'm telling you, man, there were some really, really good episodes of Voyager. I'm enjoying it so much right now.
I will admit, when I started on Prodigy, my weak spots were Voyager and Enterprise, because I hadn't seen all of Enterprise. I had seen all of Voyager, but I was always a little lukewarm about it. And then, of course, I revisited it heavily when we were on staff, and it aged well for me. And I think part of the reason is because Voyager and Deep Space Nine, like the second half of Deep Space Nine in particular, were a part of this new era of storytelling that kind of came of age with ER and a lot of shows in the mid to late 90s, where they were starting to do a lot of long form serialized storytelling as opposed to just, Planet of the Week stories. And so I think that Voyager was kind of in that transition phase where they were still doing a lot of that original content, but they were starting to also tell those longer form stories like Deep Space Nine was, and was having real success with it. But I think it's one of those that in retrospect, you could look at it and you go, hey, this actually worked really well, but we weren't accustomed as viewers to that type of storytelling yet. And it's something we all had, it is a language that we all had to learn. And we did, like shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and a lot of other things that came along in that same time period that really kind of set the trail forward for, telling the kind of stories that Picard gets to tell.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. It's interesting, though, because a lot of the industry did move towards that long-form storytelling, but then have we become desensitized to it, Shauna? Because then Strange New Worlds comes out, and we're like in awe of the episodic format. It's like, oh my gosh, it's been so long since we've seen.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think that we had gone very far in that direction. The whole television industry has gone very far in that direction, where you're watching a lot of, long form movies, essentially. They're 6-hour movies, 8-hour movies in a way. And the realization has been from a lot of us working in the industry is, hey, there's a really valid place for these shows that you turn on, and it doesn't matter what's going on in a larger story. You can turn it on at any given time and watch an episode. Everyone sort of makes fun of the Law and Order, the Criminal Minds, the, CSIs of the world, but there's a reason those shows are incredibly popular and they last. And it's because you can turn those shows on at any time, and it doesn't matter what episode it is. Occasionally there's some hook to something else that happened in a very nebulous kind of season-long story, but most of the time it's very contained, it's insular. And I think that you have to have that balance of programming, and the entire industry has gone too far in this other direction, so when you swing back, it feels fresh, it feels new. And it's a good reminder that, oh yeah, this is how Star Trek started. It started as this kind of episodic storytelling where you were you're getting a story with these characters. There's character development, but really most of this stuff is fairly contained. And I can watch, the Doomsday Machine and then watch, Specs Brain or The Cage, and it doesn't matter what order I'm watching them in necessarily.
Do you find that it's easier to write episodic shows? Like, I mean, that's what you do. You work in the industry. What's easier to write? Seems like it would be more difficult to write something episodic. Because you still have to find a thread, right? You still got to tie it together. Yeah. But at the same time, like,
I would say the expectations are a lot higher for episodic now than they had been in the past. In the past, you could kind of write an episode where your cops, and a lot of the things that they're called procedural, right? Because there's a procedure to them. There's either a legal drama or framework drama or crime drama. They all have kind of a process that each episode kind of follows. There's a really distinct framework for those shows. And the challenge is finding a new story to tell that doesn't break it, but maybe pushes the envelope on it a little bit. And that's the real challenge that you run into with those. The thing about Prodigy, we were all very excited about being able to do some standalone stuff again, because we said, this is the way kids will learn the show through this sort of gradual, I don't want to say indoctrination, but we bring them into the deep end slowly, right? You start out in the shallow water with some really high level, early, easy to grab concepts about the Federation and Starfleet. And then you start to introduce a lot of the science and the techie tech so that kids start to grab onto that. And then, they're able to sort of understand the language because that's what you're teaching them. And the episodic is harder to do that with because people might be watching it out of order. They might not be watching it in the order that it was originally intended to be watched in. And so you have to kind of work within a very contained framework, much more contained than if you were telling a long form story.
Viper asked...
That's totally TV nerdy, sorry.
No, that's great. Viper asked if things like character development is harder during an episodic style format.
Totally.
That's kind of what you were just kind of speaking to, right?
Yeah.
Like if you try to explore something, then you have to do it really quick, right? Otherwise, people might not.
And then we doubled down. They doubled down on the difficulty for us at Prodigy because we only had 23 minutes. So I mean, an hour-long show, they have 44, and sometimes more if they're on a streamer that is more forgiving. But I mean, originally this show was designed to air on Nickelodeon, and so it was very like Act 1, Act 2 with a commercial break in the middle, and we had 23 minutes, full stop. And so there were a lot of things that had to be compressed for time because we just knew that we want to get this thing in, we want to get this character moment in, but it's going to come at the expense of something else or the cost of something else. And so you just have to find the ways to be really efficient with the storytelling. It's difficult. It's really difficult. But when you pull it off, it's incredibly satisfying because you go, we were able to do the thing we wanted to do. We accomplished that.
Did Prodigy get its third season pickup yet?
It has not yet. They're still waiting to hear.
When is the time for that? Like, isn't it about time now for like those decisions to be made? Or is it still a little early?
Well, the last I had heard was that there's kind of a process to this where they're still doing the second window, as they call it, for airing these episodes on Nickelodeon. And the second half of Prodigy Season 1 has not yet aired on Nickelodeon. And it looks like a decision will be more, they'll have a better idea of what they have in terms of ratings and viewership after that second window.
Wait, so those second 10 episodes haven't actually aired on television yet? Paramount got them first?
Of them have. Yeah, well, Paramount, that was what happened after the Viacom merger. We were working at Nickelodeon. This was a Nickelodeon show, and in cooperation. But once the merger happened and Paramount came back into Viacom, that was all kind of CBS. Was absorbed back into Viacom. Then it sort of changed things a little bit. Like, this is a really interesting kind of silly thing. Initially, when we were pitching, my sister and I wrote episode 5, which is called Terra Firma, and it's Murder Planet, as is sort of the shorthand for it, because we just kept referring to it as Murder Planet.
Yeah, that was the planet that showed you, like, their dream, but it was trying to eat you.
It's Wish Planet and on one episode, and then it's Nightmare Planet on the second half of that. Yeah. And we wanted to have a Klingon bird of prey a la Wrath of Khan. We wanted that style bird of prey for the kids to kind of come across and to hide out in through the acid rain that was falling on the planet and stuff and trying to kill them. And initially they told us we couldn't do anything that was associated with the feature films because they didn't have permission from Paramount Pictures. And then when the merger happened, when everything was back under one roof, the rules changed and we were able to do it.
Do whatever you want!
Yeah.
We own it all!
So, they did. I mean, that was the thing. They had it all back together, and that's why there's been this kind of bifurcation between the features and the television side of things for a really long time, because those two pieces got pulled apart, and now they're all back together again, and now all those pieces can interact with each other. So it was an interesting kind of evolution. Things were happening while we were doing that show that sort of also changed things as we were going.
So how much is Nick still like a major piece of this? Like, let's say Nick doesn't want it back. Can Paramount still continue to produce it and put it on the streaming service?
Probably. There were Nickelodeon and Paramount executives. I say Paramount, and I really mean CBS Studios, because that was sort of the other piece of it. CBS Studios kind of being the oversight for most of the shows that are being produced with the Paramount moniker, but they are all of the Star Trek shows through Secret Hideout, which is Alex Kurtzman's company. So there were executives from both camps that were very, very involved in reading the scripts and giving notes and hearing our pitches and, making a lot of decisions about marketing and all the stuff that I was not at all a part of. And I think that certainly there is a world where Paramount Plus could continue to make it if Nickelodeon didn't want to air it anymore. I kind of doubt that will happen. I think if they pick it up for a third season, and the second season, by the way, is still coming. Like that has been written. It's another 20 episodes. My sister and I, unfortunately, weren't able to be on staff for the second season. We were busy developing another project. So we kind of just sort of root for everybody from the sidelines right now. And, our hope is that, they do get a third season and maybe we can go back. But I think it's more likely that Nickelodeon will want to keep the show than to not keep it.
Trader, I've got a question for you from the audience. Are you still around?
I am.
And I'm asking you this question very specifically because obviously, if you guys are relatively new to the show or haven't heard the podcast in the past, the voice that you're hearing is actually like a super honored guest, and like she hangs out with us from time to time and comes and enjoys our content. But this is an actual producer and writer for the show Star Trek Prodigy. So the question comes to you, Trader. Viper writes, as someone who has not seen Prodigy, how would you describe it and how it fits into the Star Trek genre? And I have an answer for that, but I want a third-party response because my opinion, Viper, watch it immediately. Like, it is the best Trek that you can watch on television today. It is right up there with Strange New Worlds. It is leagues ahead of Discovery, and it's leagues ahead of what they've done so far with Picard. It is the best new Trek that exists. And I probably even, I love Lower Decks, but it's lighter and it is certainly much more episodic, right?
Yep.
I think
I would compare it. So I'm going to mix genres here or what have you. I would compare it to Star Wars Rebels. Actually, I really, really enjoy it. It is. I just can't say enough about it. It's one of my favorite animated series.
It's it's super well written.
It's great. It is.
That was one of the things that we've talked about from the very beginning was just, like, even before we met Shauna, before we knew that, like, she was in our community, like, all this stuff, before we knew any of that, Trader and I have been talking about Prodigy and, like, just what a good story it was. And some of the cameos, some of the work that went into it, it was just all, like, you could tell there was a lot of pride involved with this show. And
it's so great because, obviously I'm not a kid. I really enjoy it. And I really like watching it with my nephew. He is like all about it. And he's 10. And there's so much that he relates to in it as well. And, inspiring for him, because he looks at these, their children are the main characters and sees problem-solving abilities and challenges. And like he talks about, well, I can do that too, and it's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah,
I love it. I really love it.
Well,
and Shauna's my hero. So,
that's so sweet of you to say, Trader. Well, you're my hero.
Oh,
you're amazing. I think that we all, everyone that was sort of involved with Prodigy is a fan to varying degrees. And like I said, we had one person on staff who had not seen very much at all. And that was also beneficial because you kind of want to, pass the smell test, the people who aren't completely entrenched in the mythology and the canon of what has come over the last, 55 years or whatever it is now of programming. But generally speaking, it all came out of that place of love. Like, we wanted to be able to tell a story that was, accessible for everyone. And obviously it is geared toward kids. And I mean, I'll die on this hill. It's geared toward kids, but it is not written specifically for kids. It is written for everyone. But it is, we made a very big point of not talking down to our audience and not, babying them, because I remember being a kid, you guys remember being a kid, and the stuff we loved didn't necessarily aim right at us. It was probably aimed above us, but we loved it anyway. Even if we didn't understand half of the jokes or half of the references, there's still something about it that was incredibly compelling for us. And we figured kids are sponges, like they'll absorb all of this stuff. And, especially now where they can rewatch episodes multiple times, they will watch it and they will absorb it and, they'll internalize it. And I mean, I've seen it, or heard it just in like reactions from kids, which is honestly the most gratifying thing. I never thought that in my life, like that would be the thing that I would kind of take away from working in this industry, was that, we would get to be a small part in sort of helping shape a new generation of people excited about science fiction or about science. And that's kind of where we ended up. And I'm really, really glad about it.
Well, it turned into an amazing thing. Like, just start to finish, the ideas were great. The story was just so well written. It was not a simple story. It was very complex. And Viper, to answer your question about would you appreciate it as a Star Trek fan, without a doubt. There are so many Easter eggs. There is so much lore. There's so much respect given to the previous properties. Like, it's just really, really smartly written, very intelligently written. And it is respectful to all other Trek properties, whether you like them or not. Like, listen, you might, okay, like we were just talking about the Salamander episode of Voyager. Like people say, it's the worst episode of all time, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a callback to that, right? There's callbacks to Tribbles, and there's callbacks to the Kobayashi Maru, and there's callbacks to Borg. It's just like, and kids don't know what any of that is. They just see a cool-looking character, or they see a scary character, or they see a tall guy with a deep voice and pointy ears. But we got Leonard Nimoy's Spock. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the kinds of pieces of respect that exist in this show. We got legacy characters that we know and love. Kids got characters that they like, right? But we got real Star Trek. And that Star Trek was not from one or two shows. What, Shauna, how many properties did you guys end up sampling? Pretty much all of them, right? I think maybe Enterprise was the only one you didn't? Maybe?
Oh, no. We actually did Enterprise quite a bit. We did the Warp Bubble merge. That was an Enterprise thing.
Yep.
There were a couple of 3 Enterprise pieces specifically that we referenced or we called back to in really subtle ways, especially because most of the Tellarite lore that had been developed was developed through Enterprise. When you got to see the early days of the Federation.
You got every single one. You got every property.
Yeah, we really did. That was important. And we also, even TOS, like if you think about it, like, anytime you bring the Cations into it, the Cations didn't exist in TOS, but they existed in the TOS animated. And so we even referenced TOS animated. The bird species got updated in a really great way, I think, that was featured in the original series animated show. And the thing that we really loved about, as cheesy as the original series animated show is, it's voiced by all of the original actors. The stories were written by most of the original writers of the original series. You had DC Fontana episodes, you had Gene Poole episodes, you had the big writers of the original series writing for that animated show. And so to me, it feels like a really natural extension. Unfortunately, it was really crappy animation, very cheap animation. And so it doesn't get a lot of respect because of that, because it's difficult to watch in that way. Because
when did they write that show, though? Wasn't that back in the 70s?
They wrote it. It was like early 70s, because I mean it was after the it was after the third season when the show got canceled, and then there was like a year or two where they were trying to get it back on the air, and then this offer came along to do the animated series, and Gene, I don't think he really wanted to do it, and he even said that the animated series wasn't part of canon. Like that was a thing for a while where everyone was like, well, this doesn't count. And to us, it was like, well, there's some really great stuff in there. Like there's this whole thing where, it revisits, the city on the edge of forever, and it's Spock's childhood and his pet, and Discovery made some of that stuff canon. And we were like, there are other things in here that we like, and we want to kind of be able to pull it into the larger universe as well and make those things canon. Not to mention that there are things in the books. There are a lot of novels and novellas that have existed over time that have brought in really interesting concepts. And to us, it was sort of like all of these things are fair game. And if we could pull any of those things into the show and leverage it in a really positive way, then we were going to do that, because we wanted the show to be Star Trek, but we wanted it to also make sense. And that was a big thing for all of us, was that, does this thing make sense? Can we make it make sense? We worked with our science advisor, we worked with the Star Trek advisor, David Mack, so yeah, I mean, it was, and the thing I will say about the Star Wars Rebels of it is, I think it's a really good comparison. And a lot of people were saying the first 3, maybe even 4 episodes feels very not Star Trek, especially the pilot, because you're not really getting into, the ship and all of the iconography of Starfleet until they find the protostar. But that's kind of intentional in a way, because the way that the Star Trek universe works is like everything that's within the United Federation of Planets and the other species that we know kind of exist in a bubble. And everything outside of that is almost like Star Wars-esque in its sort of, Wild Westness. And so starting in a place where you don't know anything about that Star Trek universe, and then you come into it, I mean, that was living the experience of kids whose parents weren't total, utter, stands for Star Trek, right? Like there were a lot of kids that have probably seen original series or TNG because their parents have exposed them to that, and that's fantastic. But this was about bringing in an entire group of people that have never really engaged with Star Trek as a franchise. So I didn't come on to talk about Prodigy, but I always love talking about it.
Well, we love talking to you about it because there's so much.
Notice nobody interrupts you.
Yeah, no, listen, we're all fascinated by this because it is such a great show, a great property. You say season 3 is still kind of pending. We're looking forward to that. Do you think? I saw this comment in the chat, which is actually a really great question. Do you think it's possible that Paramount would be interested in reanimating the animated series with the original crew?
I mean, I personally would love that. I think that would be amazing. I don't know. I think that it would depend on, obviously we have 2 animated forays into the Star Trek universe with Lower Decks and Prodigy. And I think if both of those shows were able to succeed at a level that sort of showed there was huge demand for animated content, which there is. I mean, a lot of things, it's weird because in having conversations with, adults, there's a real split. There are people who just don't care about animation at all, and they disregard it. They think of it as cartoons. They don't really see the value to them as an adult. And then there's everybody else who goes, well, yeah, I like Pixar movies. I like these things that have, the Star Trek, maybe some of the Star Wars, like Rebels or, Clone Wars, or, that kind of thing. But there's a real split at times. But I think that if the audience shows up for it and there's demand, it could happen. I could see it happening. It would be fantastic. I would love that, because I do think those stories deserve more respect than they get. And I mean, I watched the entirety of the animated series in the course of working on the show.
Like you say, the animation was bad. There was not a lot of money put into that show. It was, at that point, a dead property, right? Like, there was no other Trek.
Yeah.
It had been on 3 years. It got canceled. Somebody got a wild hair and said, well, we'll give it a shot, in cartoon form. But it was never really taken seriously.
There's a really, really great book that came out several years ago. I actually know the author, Mark Altman, and they did an audiobook version of it. I highly recommend it. It's The Oral History of Star Trek. And it covers basically from the origin of TOS all the way through to Nemesis. It doesn't come all the way up to the Kurtzman era. I think it starts to talk about the Kurtzman era, but generally speaking, it basically covers everything that happened from day one to the last TNG movie that came out. And it is an amazing, interesting book. There's so many insights that you get into the history. It's called The Oral History of Star Trek. It's like it's like 40 years of Star Trek. Altman, ALTMAN, Mark Altman, he was the author of the book. He's done a couple of different books in this vein. The audiobook I got, and it was just amazing because there's a lot of interviews with original people talking about these things, and being really candid, being really honest. Like, you get a lot of insight into the conflicts that existed between Shatner and Nimoy, for example. But they were also really tight. Like, Shatner is the guy who went to bat for getting the others, as many of his cast members as he could, into the animated series because they weren't working, right? Nichelle Nichols didn't have a job, and, George Takei didn't have a job, and he wanted them to work, and they weren't willing to hire them, and he went to bat for them. And Walter was like the only one that didn't get hired, and I think it was just because they told, this is it, this is what you get. And that it's still with, like, between, the trio, between Nimoy, Shatner, and DeForest Kelley, and then you had James Doohan and Majel Barrett and Nichelle and George doing tons of other voices. Like, they just would do all these other things, and James Doohan does tons of other characters in the course of that series. It's really fascinating. The 50-year mission. Thank you, because I knew it came out around the 50th anniversary, and it's really interesting. There's a lot there, and you're right. It does go all the way up to the J.J. Abrams films. I had forgotten about that, but there's some really cool stuff.
$20, and it's available on Amazon. Heck, go into your chat right now, community. Do !Amazon, and you can use our link, and you can go over and pick up this gift for yourself, or or you can send it to somebody, send the link to somebody for them to buy it for you. There you go. It's called the 50-year mission. The first 25 years available on Amazon.
Has
$20.
Taken on. I think Nemesis has taken on. Dr. Juby was talking about Nemesis was so canon it hurt, and I think that what's interesting is the effect Nemesis had on everything that has happened in Trek for the last 20 years, basically, because the events of Nemesis set up the things that happened for the J.J. Abrams reboot. It's set up Picard and everything else that has followed. And Prodigy is within that timeline. Like, we would hint at the fact that, like, the Romulus exodus was being planned, and, because of the supernova. And so those things were being set in motion by Nemesis. And it's not a great movie, but I find that there's a lot of interesting stuff in Nemesis. It's one of those that definitely, like, on repeat viewing. I mean, first of all, I love Tom Hardy, and Tom Hardy playing a Picard clone is just like, manna to me. Like, I will watch that all day long, even if it's terrible. I don't give a shit. Like, sorry, I don't care. I love Tom Hardy that much. So, I mean, that part is fine to me, but I get why people hate Nemesis and why it didn't do well, because it wasn't good. I mean, it was not a great movie in general, but I also think there was a lot good in it.
I have a deep and abiding affection for Tom Hardy too.
Yeah.
How did I not realize he was Venom? I never connected the dots. Lord, man.
Yep.
He's had some great roles then, man.
Lord is right.
Oh, my God.
Tom Hardy is, I mean, he's Bane. He is Bane.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he is, I mean, the dude can do a lot. And I think he has been very good about and smart about towing that line between doing sort of arty things and then, you know, he'll do, you know, Fury Road, right? He's playing Mad Max, but it's really not his movie. And I think that's really interesting too. Like, he signed on to that movie knowing that Mad Max actually isn't really the focus of that movie. And you know, he does all of these other interesting projects, and then he goes and does like Venom, you know, or big budget, you know, Batman,
Yeah.
Batman Rises, and you know, The Dark Knight Rises, you know, that sort of stuff. And it's interesting. But yeah, I mean, he was also a young actor at the time that Nemesis came out, right? So it's an early like peek into the future of this guy who is going to become much bigger than he was at the time that he got that role.
Let's see what Rotten Tomatoes said about Star Trek. Let's find it.
Spectre, you're right. Peaky Blinders is amazing. If you haven't seen Peaky Blinders, highly recommend. It's on Netflix, I think, still.
Yikes.
And
38.
yeah, no, it's
38% Rotten Tomatoes.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
It is.
I mean, I
dude.
think that like First Contact is generally considered to be, you know, of the later films, the better one. Certainly of the TNG films, it's considered to be the best of the TNG films. I think there are, you know, arguments to be made for Generations and Resurrection, but ultimately, First Contact is the one that feels the most like the show. And so I think that's why it also has the most love. And not to mention the fact, I mean, it's a good story. I mean, you're digging into some deep canon stuff, and stuff, by the way, that was not talked about on screen ever in TOS, but was talked about a lot in
Shauna,
the books,
look at
in
this.
the novels.
This was his first film. Nemesis was the first film Tom Hardy ever played in. Look at that. 2002 was the earliest character. That was the earliest major motion picture film that he had ever done.
Isn't that amazing? Like,
look what he's done since then. Listen, you can say that that movie's shit all you want, but it launched a very storied career for this guy. Okay? Like, a super good career for this guy. Dang. Played in Dunkirk.
Mm-hmm.
Lawless.
There's a great movie called Locke that is basically him in a car. It's an amazing film, and it's riveting. It's just him driving a car, and there's obviously cell phone conversations and stuff that happen, but you never leave the car and watching him driving from point A to point B. That's the movie. It's fantastic. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it.
There it is.
It's a small little movie, but
and look, it was certified
really
fresh. 91% approval rating.
Yeah. Bronson is great as well. DWB Viper said about Bronson, and yeah, it's also great. Like, he's done some really cool, awesome stuff in the last few years, for sure.
Have the Venom movies been bad? I thought the Venom movies were good. Both the Venom movies are rated really badly by Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, but look at the audience score.
The audience scores are really high.
I loved both of them. Both of them.
There's a weird campiness to Venom that I think a lot of people love. And if you don't take it uber seriously, it's a lot of fun. I kind of fall in the middle of like, it's not a great movie, but I totally understand why people enjoy watching it. And because he's also just that interesting to watch on screen.
Agreed.
And so I think, you know, there's a lot of concession to that from an audience. And by the way, I will talk movies and randomness all day long. So,
just
FYI.
Yeah, we like it. I'm a nerd. I love movies. I love a bunch of fun movies. The audience chat is saying that Tom Hardy was actually credited in Black Hawk Down in 2001, but that's interesting. It's not showing up here on his filmography listing.
I'm trying to remember. He might have. I might that sounds familiar. Like that sounds like a thing. But
how would that happen? How would that be? How would that be missed on like his filmography credits?
If he was more of like a background actor, you know, a guy who maybe had one line or whatever, like that would be, you know. Whereas Nemesis was his first major featured role, versus maybe doing some, you know, like bit parts that happen occasionally. That would make sense. It does seem familiar that he might have done Black Hawk Down. But there are a lot of people that had great careers after that movie.
Now, Trader, we got to get Tom Hardy on the show. We talked great. We talked great about Prodigy for like 2 months, and then Shauna shows up. Now we're talking about DJ. Tom Hardy and his great career. Now, next thing we need him knocking on the door. Yeah, Trader.
DJ's, fair warning. If you get Tom Hardy on this show, I demand to do the interview. Demand it.
Trader, you cannot touch him there. That's not professional.
I'm just saying. He can tell me that himself.
Tom Hardy produces a lot of stuff. Like, he has a production company, and even though he's not in all of the productions that come out of his company,
no kidding, really?
A lot of things. Yeah. Oh yeah. He has like he was part of a theater collective in the UK, and Locke and a couple of other films were developed kind of within that theater collective. And so there are a couple of other actors and director, and I forgot who else, that are all kind of in that, and they sort of look out for each other. They're doing their projects together, which is really great. I'm always excited and interested in those kind of stories, because so much of what gets done in Hollywood is very studio driven. So when you have somebody who can come in kind of sideways from the outside and make a difference, and, you know, make an impact in a way, and a lot of actors, they don't leverage their fame in really positive ways. Those that do become incredibly successful without having to be in all of the things that get produced through their, you know, companies. And there are a lot of examples of it. You know, I mean, a lot of actors that have finally, and directors that sort of create their own, production companies and start producing a lot of stuff. It's just great.
So let me transition here a little bit to something a little bit more goofy. You know, maybe you don't. Let me now announce to Ms. Benson, as well as I have to everybody else. You know that Talking Trek is coming to Los Angeles in a couple of months. So
I have heard that. I've heard a little rumor about that.
We might be coming out to Los Angeles. Let me be very, very forward and probably completely unprofessional. Shauna, what? I'm just saying, like, listen, you got all these hookups.
You sound like a teenage boy trying to ask her out on a date.
No.
I want you to know that.
No. I'm just saying. Shauna, like, you're at the center of the Star Trek universe. Like, you've got people who have got people, and you know people who are, like, the right people to know. I'm just saying, like, what do you think we can get into? We could probably get into some shenanigans.
There's definitely shenanigans and some monkey shines. I've been working my contacts since I, was made aware that this might be a thing, and I'm trying. Look, the getting, DJ's cat into Prodigy is a long-term proposition. That's going to be a thing that takes me a little while to get.
Oh my God, I never thought I never thought you were serious about that. Like, I mean, obviously, again, I'm very, very available.
First of all, you have a fantastic voice.
I mean, again, I'm very, very available for that. Okay. What?
I don't kid about these things, DJs. When I say I'm doing something, I mean it. So I know that one's going to take a little bit of time. So I'm just laying the groundwork for that.
Uh-huh.
But these other things, the more immediate thing, when you come to visit, those are the things I'm working on now. And I'm hopeful about a couple of these things panning out. Like I said, at the very minimum, we can definitely get on the Paramount lot and take a tour.
Oh my
That's
God, are you
easy.
serious?
Oh yeah, that one is easy. The challenge is that most of the Star Trek stuff is shot in like Canada. So there may not be very much in the way of like Star Trek sets to see.
Can we just transport
but you
there?
can see a lot of where.
So that means we just drive to Canada then.
Hey, Rip, why don't we just go to the transporter room? We'll just transport to Canada. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be down for that too because I mean, I would love to go visit those sets.
Oh my
well.
gosh! Oh my gosh!
Right
oh my
now,
gosh.
I think
Listen,
nothing's filming right at this minute.
Shauna, you know, Ripper is going to be with me.
Yes.
See, this poses a lot of interesting possibilities.
It does. Ripper and DJs live from Hollywood. Oh
my
Ripper.
God!
I literally
get arrested.
I live in Hollywood, by the way, and I literally, I live in Hollywood. I've lived here for like almost 20 years. And
For the record, I'm gonna be in California for a while. It's gonna be 3.5 weeks.
See, Ripper's gonna actually probably crash at my place. I know you're not there as long.
Yeah,
DJs,
maybe.
So
Are you
really?
you guys been talking.
I do. I have a guest room. I was serious. I have a guest room. Like he could actually, crash here if he wanted.
So now this trip is not as much a surprise for Shauna as I thought it was. Ripper has already been like, "Yo, can I have your couch for a week?"
No, honestly, that would be fantastic. I mean, it's cheaper than
Yeah, BekLikesPlants and I have had some conversations, and so we are working a few angles on some things.
Wow!
I'm kind of working this a notion about if you guys wanted to go to Disneyland.
Oh, I don't know. I hate people.
I do, but Disneyland is.
Ew, there's people at Disneyland.
But the way I do Disneyland, it's not as good.
Oh, I bet you have access to the secret Disneyland, don't you? Do you have access to the secret underground Disneyland? Listen, Viper's right. DJs and Mickey Mouse, we don't exactly get along super well, okay?
Clearly we saw some possible, some issues maybe this evening. But I have some relationships. I know some people. I know some mice. I'm, let's see what we get. We'll see what we get. I mean, no promises, but I'm trying to see what fun things I can come up with.
Oh my gosh,
this
just got even better. This just got better, Trader. We've got a Hollywood insider going to give us access to shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really working the shenanigans.
Oh my
god!
Sure. Oh my god!
I like shenanigans.
I have an idea. I have an idea.
We'll
can you get us? Oh my god! This is so ridiculous. Can Ripper and I wear Starfleet uniforms?
Oh my god!
I mean, real? You mean you want to wear like costume, real uniform?
Yeah.
That's a good question because I've always wanted to do that too.
Why don't we all do it together? Why don't we all? No, listen. We could all get our costumes, and then we can find like a captain's chair or a bridge set somewhere, and
I feel like
we can take a bridge photo, Trader. We can take a cast photo.
To everyone that is listening, you are hearing a nerdgasm.
Yeah, that is what that sounds like. 100%. Trader is not wrong. And by the way, Trader, if you come along, I mean, I'll hook you up, babe. I got you. I got you.
Trader, are you coming to Los Angeles too?
I think I can make my schedule work for a little bit of it.
Oh my god!
Just saying. It would be a fun time.
Oh my god! Hey, good night, sweet creature.
Also, I mean, I think the podcast opportunities are incredibly rich, and the Twitch opportunity very, very good, and potential for them is good.
Oh,
That's gonna be sick.
This is gonna be so awesome.
I'm talking to some people to try to get them to come on too. So we'll see how.
Oh boy.
Oh my god! Oh my god! All right,
Dude,
keep it together. I'm a professional. I can't be acting like
first
this.
First of all, I don't want anyone to think that like I'm like the total dust, because I know people, but I don't know people, right? I mean, I don't know Tom Hardy. I can't get Tom Hardy on your show. Sorry, I wish I could. I wish I could get The Rock on our show. Yeah. And what's funny is that my sister actually had a relationship tenuously with The Rock because she produced a documentary that he that his company took over and distributed with Disney Plus. So she had like a weird kind of thing with The Rock. I can't get The Rock on your show, but or my show for that matter. But you know, there are some people that I know that are pretty cool, and
Trader, I'm legit sweating right now. Like it's
yeah.
I'm sweating.
I told you totally are having a nerd guest.
No, listen, in all seriousness, I am very, very capable of conducting myself with the utmost professionalism. I used to interview people all the time, but it was like, I mean, it was a big radio corporation that put it all together. I just had to do the interview, right? This is different.
Dude.
This is different.
Dude, here's the thing I used to do. When I worked at Disney back forever ago, we would do like press events, like the 50th anniversary at Disneyland. And I would work on setting up the ISDN lines for the radio remotes that were setting up to, you know, broadcast from there. And that was like a job I had, was to go at like 3 a.m. to prepare for all the morning zoos that were going to be setting up at like 5 or 4 in order to broadcast back to the East Coast, and getting those ISDN lines to work and making sure that all of the tech was in place, you know, like that was a thing.
So any old radio nerd knows all about the glory and the amazingness of ISDN lines.
Oh yeah, that's how old I am too. I mean, it goes back. But I mean, it was also super fun because like you would see, they would have all these people that of course then would make their way around, you know, and doing the circuit of all the different shows, and you get them for 5 to 10 minutes, and it would be like the people who voiced Mickey and Minnie, and they would, you know, come and do an interview with you, or it'd be an Imagineer who worked on the thing that they're touting for that event or whatever. I mean, it was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of work. It was a lot of weird hours. But yeah, ISDN lines, they were not the best. It was always a little dicey, that technology.
It was, man. It would hang on. Like you could even leave it online. Like you would have a good solid lock for like 4 hours, and 3 minutes into transmission, it would die. and there was no getting it back, or if you did get it back, it took like 10, 15 minutes to renegotiate. I mean, that was rough.
The answer most of the time was bring in a new box. Because we had like a stack of them, and we just like go grab another one and run it and bring it.
You guys, so you're a radio junkie then. Did you ever use the Marty to transmit back to like your home station? Like it was a shortwave, basically it was a short range FM transmitter. It was only a couple of watts. We used the Marty. The Marty.
Yeah, I was the kind of nerd who would ask people like, "What are you doing? Like, how does this work?" Like, I was that kind of person because I was always interested. Because I was only on one side of it, I wasn't on the other side, seeing sort of like the software application and whatever else anybody was using, other than call screening software, which I used and which was super dumb. And you know, but like that was for a show that I was associate producer on, and that was my job, was to sit and do the call screens. But so I don't know about Marty specifically, but I'm aware of it.
It was basically an FM transmitter, low wattage, but it was basically just meant to be used in town, right? Like there was a huge, what we called a Yagi antenna that you would like put on top of like the radio station van or something like that. It was huge. It was probably 20 foot tall on a big old magnet that you stuck on top of the radio station van or whatever, and it would transmit back to the studio, who would then transmit it out over their syndication link or the FM transmitter or whatever. And those were my favorite remotes to do, were the ones with the Yagis and the Martys. They were really expensive, or they were really expensive units, first of all, but they were also really hard to put up. But, man, it made for the best-sounding remote. Like, we would use those.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would use those to actually transmit music. Like, I would be at, I don't know, a skate park or some kind of club event or whatever, and I could transmit line-level audio back through this FM transmitter that would go back to the studio and then go through processing and all this stuff and actually sound good. You know what I'm saying? And I DJ'd, like, if ISDN wasn't, you know, necessarily something that we had going on, I would broadcast my turntables over Marty and Yagi back to the FM studio. That's way back in the day, though.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, that it was that good, because
it was pretty good, but it was very short range. You had like a 20-mile radius. That's probably about as far as you could go.
So it was like you were doing local spots at like, you know, local area.
Oh yeah, very, very local. Yes.
Kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Because you only had it was really you got like 5 or 7 watts or something. Like that's all they would give you. It was basically, and it's still transmitted on an FM band. So like, you know, it might have been, God, I don't remember what the frequencies were. They were just outside of what you could tune into with radio, but it was like having another FCC license. No, Joker, you weren't. No, I mean, it was actual, like, it cost, even back then, it was probably $20,000, $30,000. But it was, it was licensed transmission equipment, and that's what people did before digital ISDN. Like, it was either that or a Comrex. Who remembers a Comrex?
Now that we've bored your entire audience with radio nerddom, we probably should talk like STFC or
there's nothing
Valentine's
here.
Day. Or
well, we did Valentine's Day, but there's nothing here right now.
I mean,
I do have something to complain about. I do have something to complain about if you want something to complain about. Trader? I feel like you remember when Echo came on the show and he said, Hey, everybody, what sourcing model, Ducat versus Wayoon, do you guys like better?
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember that
I
business?
do.
And we said, well, obviously, Wayoon, right? So
I don't remember saying that.
Well, Wayoon was better. Wayoon was better than Ducat.
I got a lot more Wayoon shirts than I did Ducat.
Wayoon was better than Ducat.
That was level dependent, so
that's
I respect that most of the players liked Wayoon better.
I don't mean the officer better. I don't mean the office, but it was the same. Yeah, it was the same thing. Trader, you should have spent less money. No, you know why Trader didn't like Wayoon? Because she got a lucky pull on Ducat. That's why.
$200, and I got
oh my god!
So you spent more. So you technically spent more on Wayoon than you did on Ducat, but that wasn't by design. You got a lucky pull. Well,
I don't know either.
My lucky pull.
So.
I love the fact that we asked Echo for the Wayoon model, and we literally got the Ducat model. Did anybody else notice that?
That's
like, this is the same. I want to be very cautious on how I present it. This is the same BS that they did with Ducat, except, like, for some reason, we're not being as loud about it. Or maybe I've just been away from the Discords. I don't know.
I definitely got a couple of lucky Ducat pulls. I did actually unlock him, but it took me, like, past the arc, I think, to finally do it. But but I still don't
during the arc, it cost at least $300 or $400 to get that first tier.
No, it was stupid. Like, there's just no way. But
and
yeah, I don't know. I have I think I have 17 War Queen shards right now.
I have 3. I got 3. And
well, you haven't cashed in your currency yet.
No, I haven't done any Davos. All right, I haven't done any Davos. And maybe is that why the community is quieter on this? Because I got to be honest with you. I find all this to be pretty offensive. Trader, there's things that I say, and I'm not really offended by it, but I am offended by this. I am. This is the same Ducat garbage that is credit card only. Now, maybe that's false, because she is in the Dabo rolls. She is in the Borg expansion cube chest, so there is a sourcing path. Like, maybe that's what's acceptable about it. But this whole thing, this recruit chest, this is offensive to me. This is just, why are Barrett, T'Pring, and Ston in here?
Good question.
I have an answer, but I can't say it on your stream.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, this is stupid. This is a stupid chest. If you were going to spend money on the Borg Queen, I can see you pulling this chest, but you're not pulling it for any of these people. You're pulling it for these Favor of the Queen tokens, okay? Because then when you pull 48 of these recruit chests, 48, which is the same as it was with Ducat, then you get to come over here and you get your guaranteed unlock. So, Trader, it comes back to, here, hang on a second. You need 48. So that would be 12 times 1180. 14,160. So let's go into the pay store. I need 14,160 of these recruit tokens. Has anybody done the math on this? Is it 400 or is it 600 this time?
You mean the max?
What it takes to here, let's look here.
It's 400.
That's not the right one. Yeah, 48 of those pulls, but how many of the recruit tokens do you need? How many of these assimilated authority tokens? So it's 14,160 to get the 48 divided by 2,360. Yeah, it's 6 chests. $600, Trader. But the $600 guarantees you tier 2. All right. So this goes back to Ducat. So wait, then I might say, Trader, you're happy with this model? This is the Ducat model after all.
About it. I haven't decided if it's an officer worth my money, because I haven't spent money in this game since the end of the last arc, but
well, that's
we'll
a good question. I agree with Trader. Like, I haven't seen the value of any of these 3 officers as yet. I assume that they are geared, or at least 2 of them are geared toward the expansion cubes, but maybe not. I don't know.
Well, these are almost 2 sets in one. If we're being teachy on it, the below decks abilities are 100% PvP. The bridge officer abilities are 100% Borg target, right? Like, if we take a look at the officer ability, Borg solo armadas, so that's a sphere ability.
That feels like a Bashir for the Borg.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We got Golsa, which his is also against Borg solo armada. So these aren't even expansion cubes. These are sphere crews. And, I mean, that's all fine, but I think most of us have sphere crews pretty much figured out. Right? Like, nobody's not able to do the spheres.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's actually preventing that is level lock from doing some of the ones that are higher level.
Well, maybe that's part of it. Maybe these crews are going to help the people who are level locked or something. I don't know.
Now, if one of those officers had, the ability to expand your warp range to allow somebody with, say, a 3-star epic ship to go and do something larger than a 41, that would be great. I would love that, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not. Listen, they don't want me to stay at 39. I've been at 39 almost a year on my major account, my main account. They don't want me there, but I'm like,
No, they definitely don't.
A compelling reason to go up to 40 yet. I just don't know.
I do kind of like the art on this Dazot guy. I don't know. Maybe it's getting late, but I do like I like the art on that guy. So you have two crew sets in one, right? You got PvP and most notably, quote unquote, anti-strike team and their below deck abilities. And then their bridge abilities are all against spheres. Some people are saying that the Borg Queen is essentially a con for Solar Armadas, and that's cool. I can see that. I don't know if the value is there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not 100% sure. But as big and huge as Strike Team was, Trader, I can't imagine that people are not looking at this like it could have an impact on Strike Team.
Well, it's interesting because there's been a lot of discussion about the impact these officers will have on PvP.
Yeah.
And the consensus seems to be that they will have more of an impact on the normal stat-based officers like Marcus, Charvanek,
well, they will.
Kane, than they will on Strike Team.
Well,
and depends on what
the ability is. If
that's true.
It is true.
Okay.
Here's how you can tell. All right. You got to look at somebody. All right. Aside from Trinities, I'll tell you why it's true on Trinity. Let's take a look here at Marcus. Okay. We look at Marcus's officer ability, and we're looking at the green number. All right. The green number, 1,600%. Well, Trader, you take 25% of that, that's 400%. That's a pretty significant reduction, right?
Yes.
Right? That's pretty significant reduction. Now, let's look at something that somebody else uses. Let's look at Khan. All right. Khan, who's tier 5. Where's Khan? Yo, Khan, where you at, man? Where you at, Khan? He might be on a ship. He's probably on a ship. Anyway, he's 5%, right? He's 5%. Yes. So what is he at 25% reduction? 4%.
4%.
Wait a minute, that's not right.
Well, it's 3.75.
Yeah.
3.75, but where does it round? It'll round to 4.
I was going to say, wait a minute, I'm bad at math, but even I know that's 20%.
Yeah. Well, it'll actually with crit chance.
If they round up.
With crit chance, it probably won't round up. I don't know. Is crit chance is it able to be a decimal point? We don't know. Probably could. Either way, dropping from 5 to 3.75, not a huge deal. It's not a huge deal. 5% down to 3.75%. A lot of these new officers are 2%. Not a huge deal. Somebody else, give me another one that you use in PvP. Let's check out Honor Guard Worf. Honor Guard Worf, for the first 8 rounds of combat, Honor Guard Worf increases crit hit chance by 60%, Trader. 60%. So we're going to take the 60%. We're going to reduce it by 25%. Now he's at 45% crit chance. Is that massively a huge deal?
I mean,
it could be, right?
Yeah, especially because PvP battles are so short. Yeah. I think that could make a difference between winning and losing. Yeah,
sure could. Somebody else, give me a PvP officer.
Harrison.
All right, I've only got mine at tier 3, but he ignores 80%. Wait, is that tier 3? Yeah, tier 3. He ignores 80% of shield. Well, now he's only going to ignore 60% of shield. Okay, so that's substantial. Here's the thing. We talk about Strike Team. I feel like he's going to be pretty impactful in Strike Team too, Trader. But you're right, on a lot of these other abilities, it is substantial. Let's look at Garrick. When you have Hull Breach, Garrick is going to increase crit chance by 42%. But now it's only going to be 31.5%. All right, so Trader, that is basically a drop of 10%. But hey, we were just talking about how a drop of 14% was devastating. You know, and this is a drop of 10.5%. So, I mean, that seems like it would be only barely less devastating. All right, let's go to one of the big ones, huh? Let's scroll down here to Battleship Strike Team. Oh my God, my client is driving me bonkers tonight. Oof. All right, let's come down here to Battleship Strike Team. Strange Tuna. While on a battleship fighting a player, she decreases their shield mitigation by 30%. Now it's only 22.5%. Is that a big deal? Well, we were just talking about Harrison is only going to give 10%, and here's 7.5%. Same thing, right?
But I mean, that's one where I think you have to see it working and see, like, how it's actually going to work. In reality.
We have.
We've seen the battle logs. You've parsed them. You know the numbers.
We have seen that it is a 25%. What I would normally call a multiplicative bonus, Trader, because it's additive with the other bonuses. So like, for example, Strange Tuna decreases the shield mitigation by 30%. So that is division based. So it's going to be 30% divided by 1 plus the sum of the bonus, in this case 25%. So it's going to be 30 divided by 1.25 is how it's going to be. 30 divided by 1.25. So it's actually not even quite as bad as I thought. I did it 1.5% off. So it's going to drop from 30 to 24. All right, because it's going to be 30 divided by 1.25.
BJz,
if you look at Harrison, so let me go back, redo the math on Harrison. Hang on one second. Yes, Trader.
So my question is, I guess I don't know how to formulate the question correctly, because we know what Harrison's ability is. We know what Strange New World or the Strike Team Una is, and we also know that the strike teams are meant to work together, where their abilities all complement each other.
Okay.
Whereas like Harrison, he's got synergy, but he doesn't have that component to it.
All right, let's
also,
build.
My question also is so that's one piece of it. My second question comes with, so when you start talking about mitigation, whether it's field mitigation or any other type of mitigation, the question is, like at my level, so you have all of my normal mitigation research that I've done. You have all of my bonuses that I have from Syndicate. So what difference, like in a practical setting, so take my Dideridix running the full strike team versus another Dideridix running full strike team with and without the board officers below decks. What difference does it actually make? Like, what is that number? And in a real PvP setting, when you're looking at those two hits side by side, is it actually a difference that makes a difference in the end game?
Well, I would imagine.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. So if you look at Strange New World's Una, or Strike Team Una, whatever she's called, she's decreasing shield mitigation by 30%. So what, if I'm not mistaken, guys, didn't we say that it is 30% of the 80%, right? So in 4 rounds, she's at 100%, and basically shields no longer matter, right, Trader? Like, after 4 rounds, 100% of the damage that's not mitigated is going straight to hull, even if you got shields, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we're going to take Strange Tuna and we divide that by 25%, now technically it's going to be 5 rounds before everything goes straight to hull. Not huge, but I mean, it is going to slow it down a little bit. It's going to buy you 1 more round of shields. Is that important to you? I don't know.
I mean,
maybe not.
It's gonna depend. I don't know the answer.
I guess it depends it depends on how close the battle is, right? Like if you've got one more round of shields that is taking even 10 or 20% away from your hull, that's extra survivability. You know, so that might buy you an extra shot or two.
Yeah, and the question is, does that extra survivability make a difference in the end? I mean, we talk. So I think about PvP in very black and white terms. If I hit another ship with my ship, is it going to die? I don't frankly care if it takes 5 rounds or 4 rounds or 10 rounds. As long as it dies, I don't care what it looks like. Obviously, I'd like to take less damage, but my goal is to kill that other ship. And if I can't, I care. If I can, I care less. So I want to see like what that actual difference is. Like for my investment of $600,
I don't know.
What is that going to look
with
like? And I don't know the
Strike
answer
Team?
to that.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to quantify that because it's going to depend on your opponent. How close was that battle? You see, like all this is going to do is give your opponent the opportunity to damage you harder for one more round, so to speak. Right? Like, or let me rephrase. It's going to delay your massive onslaught of their damage straight to hull by 1 round. Well, I mean, we've seen other abilities that we've squawked about because they're 1 round and they're too big. You know what I'm saying? This is buying you basically, as a defender, it's buying you an extra round of life. All right? Here's a great one. Let's look.
Well,
at
you know,
Strike
and
Team.
Hellbringer brings up a really good point, and one that, as a G5 player, is actually really concerning to me. So below deck spots on the G5 ships are very expensive. Very expensive. You have to get 3 below deck spots to come even close to maxing stats on a G5 ship. You are probably, I don't want to shame myself here, but you've probably invested somewhere between, I would say, $6,000 and $8,000 in your ship to get them. What happens when you take those stats off that ship to put an officer that has a fraction of the health and defense and attack?
Traitor, Scopely's looking out for you. Don't worry about it.
What?
The Recruit the Board Queen pack has no limits. You can buy tier 5 today. What? You don't have to worry about it. You want a tier 5 Borg officer?
You cannot see either the expression on my face or the gesture I'm making right now, but I'm pretty sure you can guess what they are.
Trader, your number, I think, applies to rare plus ships, right? I don't think you need that much for the uncommons.
Yeah, I honestly can't
she's flying
remember
G5
when.
epics, so.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the epic, sure, yeah.
I'm just throwing out there. I'm just saying, like,
I'm just going to be perfectly
somebody
blunt.
wants a tier 5 Borg Queen, you can get it. It's just
I have zero intention of investing $10,000 in an officer. Zero. Period.
I can understand that.
I think I could agree as well. That being said, we did invest stupid amounts of money into the other strike teams. Now, coming back,
they're clearly efficacious, and most of them were clearly efficacious at low levels. Unfortunately, the Explorer Strike Team got shafted and sucks, but the other 2 are good at on-lock.
So let's look at Ortegas.
What?
Ortegas,
I remain on that point. Strike Team should not exist. Remove it now.
That's a different question, though. I don't necessarily disagree with you because I understand the point you're making. But the fact of the matter is that Battleship Strike Team, Interceptor Strike Team, efficacious right out of the box. They work together perfectly. They have good PvP, great PvP skills. They easily replace other officers that you have for the bridge crew of your ships. Any ship that fits that category. So then we look at This, where you're talking about making it usable and highly efficacious, you're saying, well, I just put $10,000 into that officer.
I mean, obviously, I was kind of messing with you, but
2 middle fingers.
I mean, obviously, I was just kind of messing with you, but it is funny because we did ask that question, didn't we, Rip? And we were told that exact same answer. Well, there's no limits. They can take it as high as they want.
They can go step on a box of Legos.
Yeah.
And I'd like to shove them certain places that they don't belong.
From a sales perspective, the strike team is genius.
Oh, it is. Because it presents a problem, then they can sell the counter, then they can sell the anti-counter, then they can sell the anti-anti-counter.
It is a never-ending sales
Exactly. This is circular.
It's genius.
It will never end.
I fundamentally disagree with that.
And please don't scout. No, I don't have to deal with Anders' spend. I don't care what he spends. It makes no difference to my gameplay. If somebody wants to drop $10,000 on an officer, God bless them.
I cannot do that, actually.
I personally have other things that I will spend $10,000 on. This game is not one of them any longer. The nice thing about going now almost 2 months without spending on this game is I realize just how little I care about spending more money on it.
I have the exact same experience.
Book a trip to Los Angeles.
Well, I mean, I haven't spent since November as well, so, you know.
I've spent very little in the last, 4 to 6 months. It's gone down considerably. I mean, not just because I'm still looking for a new gig, but also because there just hasn't been a compelling reason.
I haven't unlocked my battle pass yet.
And guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what, DJs? I would rather spend my money to go to LA with you and Ripper and Arian. I would. That is something I want to spend my money on and would enjoy spending my money on.
That is
and
what
if it
I'm
works with my
doing,
schedule, I will
actually.
spend that money on.
Here's the deal. I haven't unlocked my battle pass. I have not bought my monthly pack. I've not done anything on the Board Queen. You guys saw I got 3 shards. I'm actually with Hellbringer. The pack that I find the most value in this month, and I haven't got it yet, I'm still on the edge about it, is the Prime Charge Nanoprobe pack. I do find significant value in that more this month than I did last month. And the Treasury does look good for me. I'm not a huge fan of the Officer. I am. I mean, Data's in there, so sign me up. But
that is a terrible Treasury.
I'm not crazy about the Treasury.
I am less offended by the Treasury because you know what? I have never, ever bought the Treasury for the officers. You see what I'm saying? Like, I have always bought for the materials. Yeah. And I did this earlier today. I have 43,000 materials in my Treasury. That is 40% more than in any station pack that I could buy. I have always bought the Treasury for the materials. The officers are bonus.
Yeah,
I bought the Treasury when it had freaking Barkley in it.
Barkley in it.
Okay.
I remember that.
I bought the Treasury when it had Barkley in it. I buy the Treasury for the materials. I don't buy for the officers. That's added value to me. I get it for the materials.
I think generally, the Treasury is a good value.
And the lat.
It just
huge. It's a million lat.
Yeah. I think it's a good value, but I don't see enough benefit for me. Like, it's not going to help me level any of my characters, or any of my officers. So I'm not really sure that it's like a good pack for me.
So here's my current stance.
It's not about the officers for me.
Yeah.
It is good value compared to the rest of the packs, but it is not good value.
I think that's good.
Nothing in this game is good
that's
value.
A good.
Nothing in the game is good value. I mean, you're paying money for imaginary pixels that disappear at a time of their choosing.
Now, I won't say.
Yeah, I just bought a house, so that's where my money's gone.
Well, yeah. Oh, you're gonna be good luck to you, man. Like, Godspeed. That's a whole thing. I was gonna say I just don't know how they're gonna kind of get people to want to spend money on some of these things. I mean, like, you joke about assaults, but like, there's no really good, compelling reason for me to do like half the researches for Starbase because it's all about assaults.
I haven't done none of them.
Oh,
yeah.
I have
People still spend money though. That's the problem.
But they're I think they're spending on. I mean, they're probably spending to accelerate progression in terms of ships or officers. I highly doubt they're doing it for research or buildings necessarily.
Well, there is a group of players that spend money on everything that's new.
Yeah, that's fair.
You got it, Ethan. You're right. It's a boosted station pack. Most of the treasuries have been this. We got a new ship version last month, which was a generic ship version, which was awesome. The ship versions before that have always been interceptor-based. And that was another reason that I was such a huge fan, because I am an interceptor player. I've got to pile them. So that's like I said, I buy the treasury for these materials only. The officers have I bought the treasury when Barkley was in there. Clearly I don't give a damn about the officers. I'll take what I can get, but for me it's the materials. And whatever officers are in there, they're just going to get added, and that's going to either be great or not great, or it's going to tier them or it's not going to tier them. And I don't really care, because I'm buying it for this 35,000 uncommon and the 10,000 rare that I'm getting. You know?
Hey, DJs.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm calling it. I am fading.
Do we have anything to give away? I don't think we do we?
We don't. No, we don't.
Wow, very low spend night. Everybody must have spent all their money in Star Trek Fleet Command this weekend. It's fine. I understand. You guys love the game.
Put 5 subs in. I'm just saying. And Trader did too. Like, Trader put in her subs tonight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I appreciate it. Thank you, Trader. You have a wonderful, wonderful night. I'm looking. We didn't. Let's see. We did.
We have not hit any milestones.
We didn't
so we're.
We were just kind of chill tonight, though. Like, I was all over the place. I was bouncing back and forth.
We were saving it for the new setup.
You're talking about covered, strawberries.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. The community. In all fairness, the community did spend $300 on strawberries tonight.
I didn't get any.
That's because they love me more than you, Ripper.
I didn't get any either, Ripper.
Yeah,
so we'll buy our own strawberries.
And with that, I say good night, guys.
Good night, Trader.
Later, Trader.
That is so funny. The community bought $300 worth of strawberries tonight. That's crazy. I wonder if I could get them to Germany. I bet I couldn't get them to Germany. I could definitely get them to L.A. I could get them to L.A.
I was going to say, there's a lot of things we can get to L.A.
Yeah. Are you guys wanting to buy Shauna some strawberries? I can add it. I can add it real quick.
No.
All right, fine.
Don't buy me strawberries.
She said, are you allergic to them?
No, I'm good. No, I'm not allergic, but I keep your powder dry on that stuff. We're gonna have some fun stuff. Like, I'm actually looking to find things that we can give away for your show. That's a thing I'm actually doing.
That sounds like fun.
I know, right?
So we should definitely. Well, she's trying to give you guys stuff, so we should probably get her some stuff too.
I love this community. I mean, that's why I've been in it for 3+ years. I love this. I mean, that's the reason I love the game in the beginning, because it was Star Trek, and I've never played a game like this. I never played a multiplayer strategy battle game. So I took raids very seriously, very personally. It was like a learning curve for me, but I love the people who play this game, and I love the game despite its flaws and foibles. I think there's too much good involved, especially with the community, to just walk away. And so, I feel like it's worth putting the time and the energy and the effort into, finding ways to kind of give back to the community, whether it's, doing stuff with content creators or, my own alliance or whatever,
IJ says it sounds like you need some HelloFresh.
You are hysterical.
We're starting IJ, we're starting that. I think it was next week. They actually sent me my contract today. It's a 3-month deal.
This will sound super. Oh my god, this will sound super bougie LA, but I'm literally just hiring a dietitian. Because my doctor said I was pre-diabetic. And
Yikes.
I have a sugar addiction. I 100% admit to my sugar addiction. And
dude, switch to Coke Zero. It's so delicious.
I don't even drink soda. Like, I don't drink soda ever. Like, very rarely. I have.
So where's your sugar come from?
Oh my god,
Starbucks. It's comes from Starbucks.
It's a lot of candy cake. And you know, the problem is like when you go to a set, like half of the food that's available at like
it's always like cakes and stuff, right? What is it? The craft table? Is that what they call it?
It's donuts.
Yeah,
it's craft. It's craft services. There's donuts.
Who the hell is craft services? I've heard of them for 20 years. Are they like the only vendor in Hollywood? Is craft services?
No, it's not a. No, that's the generic name for what they do. And then you have a bunch of vendors who work, in that field essentially. And by the way, craft services is different from, the meal service. So craft services is like the little tent that they have on a set where you can go and nosh on like little finger sandwiches at certain times of the day or whatever. And then, and then there's the big meals that you actually have a break for, and that there's a big catering truck who does that. So, I mean, and by the way, I know it sounds super luxurious, but I mean, you're there for 12 or 14 hours. So, I mean,
you're eating a bunch of junk.
And I mean, I've been out in like the woods, right? Like we've been in like the deep woods in Vancouver, and and so of course you're like, it's freezing, it's 30 degrees or 35 degrees at night, and you're doing a night shoot, which is why you should never write things happening at night. And you look for the most comforting food that you can find, and it's always the worst things possible. It's never good. It's never good.
And Doug just points out, Doug puts in the chat, be like, okay, great, DJ, and you're trying to buy her 24 chocolate-covered strawberries, like you're enabling the addiction. I apologize. I am currently looking for alternatives, but everything on this website is chocolate-covered.
The Deep Woods in Vancouver is the GVRD. It's I can't remember what it stands for. It's like the Greater Vancouver recreational district or something like that. But there are like different layers of the GVRD where a lot of, especially the CW shows, like when I worked on the 100, I spent a ton of regional district. Thank you. That I spent a ton of time in the GVRD, and that was because that was always where our exterior shots were like in the woods, in the middle of like nowhere, at like the 5 mile marker, 9 mile marker, that kind of thing. It was ridiculous. But I actually
here we go. We found some fruit bouquets. What the hell? These are still strawberries with chocolate on them.
Look, my sugar vice for now is my wine, and I'm okay with it. And my dietitian will probably get me on the straight and narrow, and I'm okay with that too. It's just, it is what it is. It's not about knowledge, right? Like I have ADHD.
There we go.
I'm pretty open about it. Like my ADHD, I have a sugar addiction. It feeds my dopamine because people with ADHD, their dopamine receptors don't work correctly. You don't get dopamine the same way as neurotypical people. And so you are like constantly looking for dopamine, constantly. And I get it either through sugar or, exciting. If I get bored, it's like the worst thing ever, because I'm always looking for something that's more exciting, and I get bored very easily.
Dude, is that a thing?
I love going. Yeah,
that's why I do bad things. I'm bored. When I'm bored is when I do the worst stuff.
I do know that feeling. ADHD is sometimes actually literally the worst.
That's when I do bad things, is when I'm bored.
I didn't know that I had ADHD until I basically turned, I'll be honest, I turned 45. And it was like 3 years ago. And I basically perimenopause, like just completely upended my life. Because there's a huge, like a causality between, especially hormones and estrogen and dopamine. And so that's why there are a ton of like middle-aged women who are suddenly getting diagnosed with ADHD because they could keep it all together and then they hit like perimenopause or menopause and suddenly it all like kind of falls apart. And it's because we no longer can keep it all together. Like it all overloads us and we're insane people.
So
that's why I got on stage to talk about the crazy things women say sometimes, even during Valentine's Day.
That's how long ago you were here. That was when Beck was giving us all the list of things that men should be aware of that women say. Let me ask you, Beck, Shauna, instead of sending chocolate-covered strawberries, what if we sent you like a fruit and nut tray? That at least the fruit still has sugar, but at least it's a healthier sugar, right?
No, the nuts in particular. I eat a lot of raw almonds.
There we go.
Nuts,
there we
like
go.
that stuff is actually pretty good.
All right, this is what we'll send. I know I put the strawberries on here. I put the strawberries on there, but I'll switch it and we'll buy the fruit. We'll do the fruit. Here, let me switch it. Let's see if I can switch it.
Ripper, tell him not to because I also need your guys' like dietary stuff so I can like book a restaurant for you guys when you're not here so we can go to a nice
I'll eat whatever. Except for coconut. I'm
Wait,
allergic.
I heard my name. I'm confused. What happened?
Okay.
She's booking. She's going to let us eat dinner with William Shatner when we go to Los Angeles.
No, okay. I don't know what. I know. Most of the people I know are nerd writers. Like that's most of the people I know, and a couple of actors. Like that's basically it. That's my. I'm not going to pretend to be some bigwig. I'm not. I totally am not. But I mean, I travel in certain circles, writing comics. I know certain types of people, and so it might be fun to just hang out and have a nice dinner somewhere. So I want to know what you guys want to eat.
Dietary is very complicated because I have no idea what I like or what I eat or what I can't eat or what I can't eat. So
okay, I understand German food. Like I mean,
woo.
No, a lot of German food is actually not good for me. It's a complicated story. It's just I go with whatever. That's my go-to these days.
I mean, das stimmt. I get it. I understand.
All right, I fixed it. I fixed it, everybody. I do love sushi. Ooh, sushi, I like it.
Oh, good. Yes, that's excellent.
Joker says dried fruit is worse
we'll save that for the night we have meal with Eco.
Are you serious? Joker says dried fruit is worse than candy. No, it's not. Is that true?
It's very concentrated sugar. It's not. I mean, it's not worse than candy, but it's like on the same. I mean,
is it?
You're getting some vitamins from it, whereas you don't get
lots of nuts.
Candy.
Yeah,
but the nuts are. But this is why I said don't buy me anything because we could go to Danny Trejo's Tacos.
That's just like telling a 5-year-old no at a candy store. He doesn't listen.
I'm just looking for a large amount of nuts to send my friend Shauna. She loves nuts.
Look, I do love nuts, and you can click that. It's fine. I'm willing to admit to it.
She loves nuts. That's why she's hanging out with us.
See, that was a funny one. That was a funny one right there. I want to find. So regular fruit is better than dried fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Technically, yes.
Most definitely be.
For sugar concentration, yes, it is.
Oh God, I can't find something
with just a bunch
of nuts.
Save it, man. Like honestly, we'll figure it out. We'll find something. But
I know he's a cat, but he's like a dog with a bone. When he has something in his mind, he will do it.
I know, but like seriously, like the wine thing was just because I was buying wine for myself, and I was like, hey, I should send something.
That was so pretty.
Myself.
This is so pretty.
And I mean, they're gorgeous bottles.
They are.
I'm
gonna keep the bottles.
I'm willing to admit, like, I had a gift card that a friend gave me, and so I was buying for myself and for you, and so I saved a little bit of money. It wasn't like a huge, grandiose expenditure, but I did buy the Risa bottles. Like,
Did you?
Know,
Did you
Pleasure
like them?
Planet wines.
Yeah.
They're so good. It was a rosé and a white wine, and then I bought the Chateau Picard. There's a new one that they have that has a full-on like metal version of the label that sits on top of the label, but it can come off.
Oh,
so
it's amazing.
It's insane. It's so good. But I think my next purchase from them is going to be Romulan Ale. I'll probably get the rye because I like rye, and I make a lot of old fashions at my home bar. So.
Oh, that's cool. I am very much looking forward to trying these. I was absolutely going to open them yesterday, but then nobody showed up. So
I know, that's so sad.
It's really crappy, but I mean, it is what it is. The weather was bad.
Weather in the Midwest and the East Coast is always very unpredictable until you get to about April, and even then, it's it's a dice toss.
All right, well, listen, I'm going to find something. And I'm probably going to send this tray of nuts. And I might not even send from this company. I might find another company that just has a bunch of nuts. But if you guys do want to send Miss Shauna Benson a Valentine's Day present, then it is here.
Anything.
Exclamation point thrown in the chat. Exclamation point thrown, and we'll send something out to Los Angeles.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
She says don't do it. All right. She says don't do it.
Yeah. The stream is nuts. You are correct.
But that is what women say when they don't actually mean what they're saying. Yeah, fine. You don't have to get me anything. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You don't have to get me anything.
I don't have Trader here. Like, Trader and I were going to set you right on this whole thing. Because you're going to tell us, like, what women actually mean when they say certain things.
Yeah.
And,
no means yes.
That's
no
true.
means no.
Not,
I don't care means yes, I think.
Some of it is very tone dependent. I will admit to that. I will concede to that. The do what you want. Do what you want can be interpreted multiple ways depending on how it's said. If it's said like, do what you want, that's like, that
still
means
bad.
don't do it.
That's still bad news. Yeah,
but if it's, really, honey, do what you want. Then that's earnest, right? Like that's, like I'm speaking directly.
And Joker says, and they all have a margin for error of about 30% variability, so you can never be too sure.
Depends on depends on the communication level of your relationship. If you guys communicate at a really high level,
hold on. Oh my God, this is a great game. I want to play a game with Shauna Benson. This is how we're going to wrap up the show. All right, Shauna, we're going to take a commonly accepted female phrase. All right, that can be ambiguous. You're going to deliver it in the tone that means yes and the tone that means no, and we're going to identify it. So it's going to be like going to the eye doctors, right? A or B, 1 or 2, left or right. You're going to do that. You're going to deliver both of these phrases, all right, and then you're going to tell us, and then we're going to guess which is which. Community, you get to choose the phrases. All right, so you get to choose the phrases in the chat. Why did we do this 3.5 hours ago? This is so good. All right, you guys pick the phrases, and I'm going to give them to Shauna, and then she's going to read them in women speak, and we're going to see if we can pick up on the tone. All right. See, now that's an open-ended question, Tony. What do you want to eat is an open question. What would be a better adaptation of that is we can eat where you want. How many of you guys have heard that? What do you want to eat, honey? I don't care, whatever you want. That's what we're going to do. I don't care, whatever you want. Okay? Shauna?
All right, so the version... All right,
I'm asking you what you want to eat. Here's the 2 versions. Version A...
Whatever you want.
Okay, repeat.
Whatever you want.
Okay. That's A. Now, B is the opposite meaning, but the same words. Are you going to say it the other way? Say it the other way now. The opposite meaning.
The opposite meaning is whatever you want. I mean, whatever you want.
See? That sounded
It's
so
very
much
subtle.
the same.
It's very
sounded
subtle.
so same. I'm effed. I did not hear the difference.
Well,
oh,
okay,
Aaron,
so-
thank you. Aaron just bought your
Hang
tray
on.
of nuts.
Oh, Steven Aaron, come on. Come on.
Yeah,
first of all-
IJ, I can't win. There's no
You know
answer.
what? This makes up for us losing an Emmy, and I really appreciate it.
I think the second one sounded more sincere and
Exactly. Thank you. So, I mean, I can only speak to my experience in relationships, which has been, mostly disastrous. But I can say that I tend toward the earnest, but I have done the whatever you want, where it's sort of resigned, where it's like, I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
See,
And
now
then there's
Kinky Boots said the
whatever you
second one
want.
sounded sulky, but she's saying that the second actually meant do whatever you want.
Yeah, whatever you want. I mean, there's a
Kinky Boots
Yeah,
said
no,
that the
no.
second one sounded worse. IJ said if you heard either one of those, you run like hell. I'm with you, man.
no. Some people just don't pick up on like the subtleties.
Well, and that's the thing.
That is true.
If you know your partner incredibly well, you listen and you can hear the differences. I do try not to be ambiguous because I don't like. That is a huge pet peeve of mine. I'm old enough that I'm like, I really don't want to play games. I really don't want to be passive aggressive. I don't want to like mask my feelings in this kind of stuff. But I do know that I have done it in my youth and other women who do it a lot. And yeah, it can be challenging to navigate that.
I'm with IJ. I'm just going to run. Factor says that there is something to do with the speed of delivery. It's how fast they say it.
You know when things get really complicated when all of this happens via text messages.
Especially if there's a sigh. If there's a sigh or a pause, you're probably in trouble.
Uh-huh.
Because that means that whatever you like, there's a level of like just
that little sigh at the front of it, like,
yeah,
I'm annoyed that you asking me this.
Yeah.
Again.
I don't want to be bothered.
All right, let's try another one.
You should know what I want.
Yeah, or exactly, yes.
Yeah, let's try another one. I'm fine. I'm fine. Those two words. I'm fine. Give us the two versions. One that actually means you're fine, and the other that means no, I'm not fine, you ginormous jackass. All right.
10 versions of I'm fine, but okay, I'll try to distill it to 2.
Try to get down to 2 versions of I'm fine. And then community, we're going to try to identify which is which. All right?
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm fine. Which one's which?
Was that a practice or was that a real one?
No.
All right, give me again. Give me again.
I'm fine.
All right, now give the opposite. I'm fine.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Higher octave means happier.
I'm fine.
Not octave, but
I don't know, man. All right, what was the other one?
I'm fine.
I'm fine. And then there's
I'm fine.
That one's probably the worst one. But Juby says, oh my God, both of those are bad. We're screwed on both of those. I agree, Rubik's. The first one was peppier.
That's what I said. It's hard because there's like 10 of those, right?
But Joker also says high of octaves can just mean more shades of red.
This is
right. Like, I'm fine. I'm freaking
like, as
fine.
a writer, you have no idea. Like, as a writer, I write 2 words on a page, right? I'm fine. And I have to think about what does that mean for the character in this specific moment. So yes, there is the fine, or there's I'm fine.
How do you
I'm fine.
How do you write that to the voice actor? Like, what do you put notes like, you know?
It depends, because sometimes you can infer what their reaction is by the, contextually, like the other dialogue. But sometimes if you want them to be providing a reaction that is not expected, you do have to put some kind of note in there to say, very sarcastic, I'm fine, or whatever, like that. There are times where you do have to be a little bit directing on the page, which they always tell writers not to do because directors hate it. And I go, I don't care, because they need to know what I mean as a writer for what the scene is and how the actor needs to say this line, because there are multiple interpretations of how a line can be said. It can be said sarcastically, it can be said earnestly, it can be said in a question, it can be said, so
okay. You said that there's 10 different ways to say I'm fine. You gave us 2 of them. Give me 2 more.
Okay. So there's, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Fine.
Oh, there's absolutely 4 different meanings right there. And 3 of those are run like hell.
She said it 4 different ways, but each of those ways is probably like 4 different meanings in itself. So
each of each of the readings of those 2 words have like 75 other words that are very, very specific. All right.
Yeah. That's why I said, as someone who, and I don't say I'm an expert in human behavior or human nature, but a lot of how I write dialogue is based on how I hear other people talk. And there's a reason why you see a lot of writers like sitting in coffee shop. And the main reason is because, there is something to the noise that becomes like a white noise, and you can kind of work with that background. But also because occasionally you tune into a conversation and you're listening to people and how they actually talk. And the trick of writing is to emulate reality, but in a heightened way. So you have to make it feel real, but it's not necessarily.
So it sounds like a normal.
Yeah.
So it sounds like a normal conversation rather than like a scripted conversation. It sounds
because most
normal.
Normal conversations are typically very boring, and you wouldn't want to actually like watch a show of somebody having a typical conversation. So you have to find a way to sort of take bits and pieces of how people really talk and how you really talk, and then elevate it to a place that becomes interesting. Which,
Shauna, I have an idea for a game show.
Yeah.
I think we should adapt this to a game show. I think we should get a panel of judges, all right, or rather a panel of conversationalists for them to be prompted by commonly misunderstood phrases, and then the contestants have to guess which one is which, and if they get it wrong, they fall into like a dunking booth full of sharks. Right? And if they get it right.
I love it. I love this pitch. Here's my yes and. Okay? Because here's the thing you learn in Hollywood. Don't ever be a negative person. You want to be yes and. It's like improv. Right? So it's like, I love your pitch. I want to add to it. You need to include male phrases that women have to respond to.
Okay. Yeah, of course. What is a commonly said male phrase that women have trouble understanding? What do we say that's not direct?
Don't we just make noises rather than we make noises and grunts rather than phrases?
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of that, but I would say it's things like, "Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute."
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of this too as a.
Yeah, that's Tony and K9 says I'll do it later. Yeah, but no, hold on.
Stand by.
I'll do it later. I'll do it later is very clear. There is no misinterpretation of that. Okay? I'll do it later equals I don't want to do it now. Like, that's exactly what we're saying. I'll do it later because I don't want to.
I'll do it later. You might mean you'll do it later, right? Like if it's something you actually, I'll do it. Like, I'll get to it later. Like,
I'll get around to it. Always mean
I'll get around to it, right? I'll get around to it is sort of the other version of that. Right?
Yeah. I'm just going to stick with the
Definitely,
I don't want to do it.
There were definitely dude phrases. I'm not as many, like, the nuance is slightly less fraught.
Yeah, the proper interpretation of that is probably I'll do it later. Carissa says equals I'm not doing that at all, which is probably very accurate.
Which, if you have a healthy relationship, you should just
here's the thing, though.
We'll do it in 6 months after 6 months of nagging.
You guys are saying common male phrases, but there's no misinterpretation here. Doug says in a minute. Okay, same thing.
Yes,
like,
honey. Or yes, dear.
Tony says you're gonna eat that.
Dear.
You gonna eat that? Okay. Yeah, I ask if you're gonna eat that because if you're not gonna eat it, I want to freaking eat it. There's no room for misinterpretation there. Oh, good night, Spectre. So yes, dear. See, I guess I don't speak like that. I've never once said yes, dear to my wife.
Yes, dear.
No, never.
Yes,
not once.
Dear.
No. No.
How about, are you even listening to me? And he says, yes, of course I am. Of course.
Oh, yeah. I've used that.
That's not a misinterpretation. That's just a lie.
It's funny. It's true, Garkin.
But here's the thing, like, we all kind of know that. So why are we dancing around the ridiculous? Like, why aren't we just being honest about it? Like, I didn't hear you. Like, and this is the thing I've learned as someone, like, having ADHD. Like, my sister and I write together. And my sister has anxiety, and I have ADHD, which is a great combination and a terrible combination at the same time. Because she's, like, anxious about everything, and I go, it'll be fine. Because that's my, like, if it's not urgent, then it goes somewhere else. It's like in a different pile somewhere. And so we, but I've gotten to the place where I go, I'm sorry. I actually wasn't listening to anything you said. And I was thinking about, whether I needed to go to the post office today, but if the post office is open, do I also need to go then to Staples to buy the packing supplies, or do I have any packing supplies? And then that reminded me that I might need to check whether I actually have printed off all of the materials I need to put into the package. And
so I call that the A to K phenomenon. All right.
Yeah.
My wife suffers from this. She will take 10 steps of a conversation in her head. She will vocalize step 1 and step 10.
And 20. Yeah.
And leave out all of the middle ones. But in her head,
because they go really fast.
Yeah, in her head, they were very connected. One thing leads to another, and everything makes perfect sense. But for me, she went from A to K. Yeah, we actually call that, in my house, I call that the A to K phenomenon. Because she'll jump from point A to point K, assuming that I have kept up with her. I have kept up with her psychically.
You clearly have a healthy relationship because you can identify that and you can address it. Like, you have a way to deal with it. You don't have to like it, right? I mean, it's not about liking somebody else's, foible or, quirk, but it's about understanding it and being able to, react to it appropriately. And that's the thing you learn over time. And I'm really good, solid relationship, of which I have not in right now. So I'm kind of speaking out of turn. But yeah, I think yeah. We
So
all
when
talk
she,
yeah.
when-
It's a
when
lot
your
of
wife-
kabuki. There's a lot of kabuki in it.
when your next time your wife goes from A to K, just look at her and just blank stare and say, "Stand by."
my wife would stab
She hates
me.
that.
Yeah, my wife.
don't wanna know
she hates the word "stand by." Like she does not like that in the least. Stand by.
I want to know all those middle steps, honestly, because they go nowhere and they're really random at times. And you just want to know where it's going, not where it was. I sincerely, like, I appreciate your wife in that way of, like, she had a thought process. It got her to this place. So when you're at K, all you're interested about really is going from K to, you know, L, right? You know, what's the next letter? What's the next thing to get from K to L to move forward? And I wouldn't worry about the steps in between, because if you do, you're just gonna sit there with your eyes glazed over. You know, she's gonna be telling you all these random like thought jumps that happened to get her to that place. And what does it really matter? It doesn't matter. It matters where she ended up and whether that's a good place or a bad place.
Oh yeah, Doug, you got that one. You need to relax. And that's when I stabbed him, Your Honor. You got it.
Well,
Just calm
first of all,
down.
never tell someone to calm down. That is rule number one. Anyone who has anxiety or who is amped up,
Yes.
never say, you just need to calm down. Because that is exactly the wrong thing to do. And if you do it,
Note to self.
I pray for your soul.
I don't tell her to calm down. But I have said I've told her that she needs to relax. But like that's not
No. That's an ancillary of calm down. So here's what you need to do. You need to say, I sense you're really stressed out. Or I'm thinking you might have
Oh, you're
something that's
thinking, are you?
bothering
You're
you.
thinking? I
And-
thought I could
Yeah,
smell something burning.
there's something that's bothering you. You know, there's something bothering you.
I'm fine.
I'm feeling you're stressed out. Tell
I
me
would
what
go-
What I
I'm
I'm
what I
just
used to do-
overstimulated.
you.
Yeah, what I
just
used to
here's
do
the
with my
thing.
ex when she came when I would come home from work and I could sense that she had a stressful day. I would just be like, "Here, come here, sit on the couch and tell me about it." And I'd just sit there, I'd listen, or I'd give her a massage while
You're
she's
a good
talking.
boy.
Aren't you
You're a
sweet?
good
Barf.
because
Barf. You know
no,
what?
but dude,
You know what I do when my wife comes home in an
And then,
obviously
and then she'd
bad
ask me,
mood?
did you listen to what I said? I was like, no, sorry, I wasn't listening. No, I'm okay.
Yeah, can we expand on that for a second, Quad Bad? I agree. No, listen. When my wife comes home, now maybe this is the stage at which my relationship is in. Maybe when my wife comes home and she's in an obviously bad mood, and I'll genuinely ask, you know, how was your day? She's gonna look at me and she's gonna be like, some smart aleck comment like, can you not tell? Or it was really shitty, or whatever. That is, or she might even say, it was fine. And then I'm going to be like, okay. Well, I'm going to go make
Then
something
you
to eat.
tiptoe.
Like, you hungry?
yes, you tiptoe away.
That's right. I
Wait for
slink
lunch
away.
break.
I go away.
Mhm.
And I
That is the
stay
correct
out of her
response.
way. People think, when I say this to people, they think I'm nuts. I legit
No, I totally
stay out
agree.
of her way.
Yeah.
No, and
avoid.
that is the correct response, honestly. I think
Yeah.
what you need to do, though, is come back in 30 minutes and say,
Yeah.
what can I do for you? What do you need? Like, how can I help? What do you need? How can I help? Are two really good phrases that I recommend, because what it does
sometimes
is-
the trouble was like, I guess for my situation, my ex, I would ask that and she doesn't even know what she wants or what she
That's-
needs.
and then
that's
there's
the other thing.
there's another step to that, which is okay.
Well, you just
Well-
mansplain it to her what she needs. That's all.
You do that? Oh my god! Oh my god! You're the worst. This is what.
Hey, wait, what are you talking about? Yes, my chat is maxed. What are you talking about? Who says
You
my
obviously
chat's not
need
maxed?
to have a sandwich and take a poop. Those are the two things you need to do. Come back to me
Anytime
when
you
you're
say
done.
you need, stop yourself. Anytime you say
you don't say that.
need,
Unless it's, you know what you need?
You need a back rub.
You need a foot massage and a bowl of chocolate ice cream. That's
even
when it's
then, I would
okay.
say, pose it as a question. Do you need a foot massage? Do you need ice cream? You need, leave it a little open. Because when you're prescribing,
That's
all
true.
you're doing is putting the pressure on her to feel like she has to say yes.
That's true. It's like she could perceive you as being presumptuous or knowing what was wrong, even though you don't have a clue.
Absolutely.
See, look at us. We're learning, community. We're learning. That's right, Dawn.
Dr. Phil hour.
That's right, Dawn. Because then when you say this is what you need, then we get told to stop being condescending. So are you saying that we're condescending when we ask? Maybe not. Maybe, hey, do you want a bowl of ice cream?
No.
I don't know. I think Dawn might be right. I could ask my wife. She'd be like, she would probably come back with something like, oh, you think ice cream's just going to make everything better? Right? Like, how many of you guys heard that? Oh, a foot massage is supposed to make it like it never happened? Huh?
But the other thing is that may happen once or twice, or that may happen a few times, but you can't use past experiences on different things every single time. This may be different, and she may love you for that and want that ice cream, or she may not, of course. But you can't. Yeah.
You know what, Rex? I'm with you, man. When that situation, and I'm not even kidding you, when that situation happens with my wife, like, I go play games or I go watch a little TV. I separate. And I'll follow up with her before bedtime. It ain't no 30 minutes, Shauna. Okay? It ain't no 30 minutes. My wife is capable of being angry for a very long time. Okay? She can hold a grudge like nobody's business. All right?
Some people can do
that. Done that.
I understand. I tend to be the kind of person that is wound up for like 30, 45 minutes, and then I let it go. But there are other people
in those moments just looking for a fight. Like, isn't it better maybe if you both know?
Well, the problem is I'm old enough.
Let
I'm
them
too old
have
for
that fight. Like, just what, honey, you just want to fight? Let's do
Karkin.
Let's yell.
No. That is bad news bears. That is bad news bears.
You don't want to play into that.
No. If she's trying to bait you, you got to get out. You must escape. Yeah. Okay? Do not engage the trolls.
You just say, you know what? I'm gonna let you just be with yourself for now. If you need me, I'll be over here.
That's right. Shiny says, rookie mistake, Karkin. Rookie mistake.
There's been many a moment where all you want to do is have that fight. Like, you're like,
no, there is nothing.
Here's the thing.
There is nothing in this world that makes that worth it.
Yeah.
If you're in a relationship where your significant other, the woman that you're with, is spoiling for a fight, you're gonna have a really tough time getting out of that. And I know it. There are women that do that. There are women who just
go for it.
Yes.
They don't take yes for an answer. They
from experience.
Come to the point in the conversation.
Past the yes. DJs, you know this, right? Don't sell past the yes, right?
Don't
what? The person says yes, don't sell past the yes. Person wants this thing, you don't keep selling them.
Oh, yeah.
You just accept the yes.
You sign their asses up and you ship them out. Like, your
That's
job
right.
is done. You don't have to convince them anymore.
Don't sell past the yes.
You sarcastically mention.
No!
You sarcastically point out that
sarcasm,
they are
Karkin. Oh, my God. How is this man still breathing? How are you? You know what? He's never, ever had a serious relationship. Now we know. Karkin, obviously he's just playing with us because he knows better. He's being the antagonist. All right, but honest to God, Karkin, if you genuinely practiced anything of what you've said in the last 15 minutes, you would no longer be alive. Like, we would be talking about you as a friend that we fondly remembered, but made an egregious error and lost his life in a tragic boating accident. Okay.
There is something really cathartic about, having a good argument.
Karkin, I agree with you to a point, but let me tell you from experience. I tried to lead in once. I tried to lead into it once, and I told my wife, I said, come on, get it out. Let's hear it. Come on. And I was egging her on, and I was trying to get her to just let me have it. And nope, it did not work. No, you don't do that.
I do not recommend
that. And had a drinking glass across the room. Been there, done that. Wasn't by me. She got so frustrated, she swung out, smacked the glass that was on the table, and ended up halfway across the room. And
DJz,
that was not a very good evening.
I'm going to give you a piece of advice, unsolicited, of course. As you and your wife get older, and your kids get older, and things seem to sort of settle into a groove of sorts. You're probably in a groove now, honestly. There's going to come a point where things go haywire, and you're going to wonder what the hell just happened. And I can tell you, it's probably perimenopause. Basically, what happens is that estrogen dips, and women go insane. And I say this as a woman, that our moods become even more erratic and unpredictable. And
it dips, you duck and dodge.
An ability to retain information, to, repeat things back, all goes out the window. It's worse for me because I have ADHD.
This is from what?
It's basically like pre-mood, right? And it starts in women around 35.
I've already got this condition.
Yeah, probably.
I've already got this. I can't remember anything. That's one of my wife's biggest frustrations with me.
Menopause.
Yeah.
Menopause.
This is my wife's biggest frustration with me. She will tell me something, and she says it's because I don't listen to her. I do listen. I just don't remember. She says that I don't value what she says. Like, she might tell me, okay, Oliver's got basketball practice. And then later that day, I'll be like, okay, so what are we doing tonight? She was like, I already told you Oliver has basketball practice. You never listen to me. And I'm like, okay, I probably was listening. I just didn't retain it. And then she'll say, well, that's because you didn't think it was important. And then I'm like, I mean, obviously I thought it was important. I just literally didn't write it down. That is probably our biggest source of conflict between me and Mrs. DJz is I don't remember shit.
This is the things I would say, because I'm like
you. Would be a Post-it note pack.
Yeah, I don't, because I don't remember things either. So I usually, here's what I do with my sister, who of course is my closest, relationship, writing partner and sibling. And I say, okay, could you, I know you don't like to repeat yourself, because she doesn't. I say, and then, or if she can write it down for me, that's better, because then that makes her not have to repeat herself. I also tell her to tee it up with, hey, this is important. I need you to pay attention. And I know that's a little bit of asking, your significant other to do something extra, but when it's super important, it can be helpful, because I lock in and I tune in and I go, okay, I'm listening. Now I'm really paying attention to what you're saying. I'm not just like half paying attention. And because I do that. My sister turns into wah.
You're getting 100% of my brain instead of like 30.
But, okay.
She doesn't say it mean. She just says, hey, I need your attention on that.
If I'm providing a tangible argument to that, then it loses its effectiveness when 100% of comments are, I need you to pay attention to this. Because, like,
you have to have back.
You need to focus on, like, the top 10%. Like, the most 10% most important things.
Not everything should have that tee up.
That's
like,
right.
If she's giving you that, it's like, okay, hang on. You've got too many things you're trying to get me to pay attention to.
I can't process. I can't. It's too much.
We need to talk about delineation of responsibilities or whatever. But yeah, like, But
Or the other
typically,
thing is, write it on the calendar, and then we forget to check the calendar.
yeah, that's another fun one too. I do that, but I think
But it was written on the calendar. Why
My
didn't even think to
sense
check the calendar?
my sense is that your relationship with Mrs. DJs is actually really quite good, and
I
that
think
these
so.
are things you can talk out. Like I think you can talk about.
No, I think it's a good
And-
relationship. I think we got a good relationship.
But don't be
Um,
surprised if the day comes where she is like had it all together and everything, like she's the one that kind of keeps the trains running on time, and suddenly one day they all derail. Just don't be surprised if it happens.
That's when she posts in
very-
our contributors chat, reminding us to remind DJ of when
Yeah, see,
family plans are.
My wife fully acknowledges that I need like assistance. So like for a podcast or something like that, she'll legit come to the Talking Trek panelists and she'll be like, okay, DJs has to do this today at this time and this today at this time. She gives my itinerary to Karkin and Trader and Bubba Joe because she
That's
knows
fantastic.
Yeah, she
That's
knows
actually
that.
Great. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you should.
So she's worked the plan,
look
and
to other
knows how to,
people
how to
She
get it
has
planned done.
recognized my failings and has adapted a way to keep me responsive even when like I've got tunnel vision, which is
As
great.
I say, it's not a failing. It's that, at least for me, and I will speak just from my perspective as someone who has ADHD, which is a terribly, terribly named condition because it indicates that you have a lack of attention when in fact you have an overabundance of it, and your attention is just drawn in many different directions, and it's really difficult to focus in on one thing unless it holds your interest completely. Like Star Trek Fleet Command, which can hold my interest for 6 hours at a time without me getting up or moving or going to the bathroom or having a meal. Like that can happen. I can hyper focus on something like that. But more times than not, having that ability to be able to say to other people, hey, I'm not looking for you to babysit him, but here are the things that he needs some assistance with. Here are some things that could help him be successful in the things he's trying to accomplish. That's a really good, healthy thing. Like you should look at that. And like I actually am not ashamed about the fact that like when I can, I pay people to do certain things for me because I can't really do them for myself very well. Like clean my place, right? Like I hire a housekeeper and I don't pay a ton of money and I only have them come in once a month or whatever to do deep clean. But
I would
it saves me,
totally hire a
you know?
housekeeper. I would totally.
Yeah.
No one wants to come up my mountain, but I would totally do it.
But I mean,
1,000%.
that's the kind of thing.
I hate
Like
cleaning. I know she hates cleaning too. We
I'm
both
not
hate
good at it. I mean, I try my best, but like my level of clean is not the same as like somebody else's level of clean. Like I see it in a certain way versus somebody else who might be really fastidious and say, this is not clean. And I go, but it looks clean to me. So I offload that stuff. I give it to somebody else. And then it's not a problem for me anymore.
Then if it's not clean enough, to the other person standing and be like, well, you go talk to the cleaner then, not me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, then give them some
Able to
direction.
deflect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I that's often also a position of privilege, and I get that. Like, if you're in a position where you can do that, that's great. If you're not, then you just have to kind of find ways to mitigate the bad side of that stuff. And that's the give and take, right? That's what you do in relationships. You compromise. You find common ground.
100%. Yeah.
Good at this stuff, DJs. You like talk a good game about like not being good at it. You're good at it.
Good at what? What am I good at?
You're a good husband. I can tell.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was trying to decide if I was going to deploy my
Where you're gonna
starbase.
relocate your where you're gonna relocate the ASB. I get it.
I was trying to decide whether or not I was actually going to put that out while I was on screen.
No big deal. I was just paying you a compliment. It's fine.
Thank you.
It's fine. Fine.
See, he hears the negatives, but then he totally misses it when you give him a compliment.
It's fine.
It's fine. Oh, shit! Shit, I gotta run! It's fine.
Oh, you're in trouble now.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Fine.
With that, we're going to find ourselves signing off and going to bed. Get it? It's the wrong word.
Yeah.
It's with a D instead of an E, but, we're good with it.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It's probably not a good idea to put that out on screen. But I need active plasma. I'm poor. All right. Whatever. We're going to see Wardog.
And then, assaults. I hear assaults are a good way to get plasma. Just FYI. That's what I hear.
Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling like I'm going to go run some right now. I'm going to go see mine because I found them to be a great source of fun. Said Beck likes plants. By the way, Captain Oblivious, didn't you ask me a question like 3.5 hours ago? Yes, there is. Wow, see, this is my brain. This is my brain right here, folks. I remember your question from 3.5 hours ago. Yes, there is a recruiting event coming up here on February 16th. It says by spending Ultra tokens. I would imagine that there could be possibly some incentive on drawing Borg shards. I'm going to wait. We'll find out. I mean, it's only 2 more days. It's only 2 more days.
There was a second one. Look further. There was the Ultra one, and then I remember seeing a different one that was specifically said about the...
Right here.
The current officers.
Yeah, earning specific assimilation crew officer shards. That actually starts in 48 hours. Well, 36 from now. That's February 15th. Unified Unimatrix.
There you go.
Wait a second. Unified Unimatrix Solo Leaderboard is PvP damage event, but then Unified Unimatrix Solo Milestone is a totally different set of metrics. This is blowing my mind a little bit. Like I just feel like there are rules of arc writing that we have very much abandoned this month. Like, okay, Unified Unimatrix, Solo Leaderboard, Solo Milestone. If there's a Solo Leaderboard with a Solo Milestone with the same title of event, you would presume, given history, that it's the same event, just one of them is a milestone, the other's a leaderboard, right? If one of them is PvP, it has a different name. I feel like there are just some generally accepted rules, I guess. Listen, I'm not upset that there's no synergy, Chaos. We've had some months where there's great synergy. We've had other months where synergy is non-existent. That's fine. But I just feel like even the way that this arc was written is just new, right? Like, does not conform to the standards that we are used to. Like, okay, you want a proper pairing with a solo leaderboard and solo milestone, it's Recruitathon. Both of them score by spending Ultra Recruit tokens. That's the way it's supposed to be. Unified Unimatrix is not how it's supposed to be. And even within this calendar, there's two different events like that. It just doesn't make sense. Did anybody notice the other day when you got the Explorer Hostile Hunt and or the Explorer Hunter and the Battleship Hunter? Same ops, same event, but your milestones were different. Anybody notice that?
I saw that, yeah.
I just feel like this is weird to me. It's just weird. I don't really get it. Like, here's another one. Well, I guess not really. Apex, okay, that's fine.
DJ, look at today's event. It said Officer Recruit event. And inside that, it was Kill Romulan. Like, totally out of the blue. Like, that doesn't even remotely go with...
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, I get it. I get it. I don't know. Like, here's another one. I knew there was another one. Perfection. The solo leaderboard was spending Borg directives. The solo milestone was defeating the expansion cubes. Two different events there.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I feel like there's some really weird stuff happening with this arc. And I don't fully really understand it. I just don't get it. This has been very odd from an event standpoint. It's been one of the weirdest arcs I think I've ever seen, to be honest with you. Not only from a design standpoint, but a labeling standpoint, mechanic standpoint. It's just weird, man. So weird.
Did you notice that they mixed the two command events into the one event, completely eradicating the points value for refining the uncommon or refining the skills? Because before last month they had the two events. One was for experience.
One was just for One was just for the fleet commander. The other one was just for the skill points. It was basically like a research one and an officer one.
And this time they're both together.
Yeah.
And so that makes one of them completely useless.
Yeah. It was weird. It was weird. Weird. Weirdness. Well, listen, guys, it's late. We've been on, oh my God, almost 5 hours. This is a school night. What's wrong with you people? We got a biz ounce. Who's online for us to raid? Jesus says, it's so weird, says the talking cat with hearts on his head. Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. I appreciate you guys hanging out, having a lot of fun. No pressure, just chilling, just chiseling a little in, and having some fun. Bafty's online and Octagon Ron. Looks like B Crafty just chatting. Ron's playing Hogwarts Legacy. What would you guys like to do? We rated Ron the other night. It's been a week or two on Bafty. We could do that, or we could go watch Ducks. Do you guys want to watch Ducks? I don't remember.
Hogwarts Legacy any good? What is it about?
Oh, it is currently the #1 streamed game on Twitch. I should probably be streaming it or playing it or something. I haven't yet, but everybody says it's amazing. Kitten Clubhouse, says Shiny. That sounds terribly risque. I don't remember. Is it Duckburg Ducks? Is that the one? Duckburg. There it is. Duckburg Ducks. Oh, this is it. You guys want to go watch some ducks? Shauna, do you want to feed the ducks? Oh, did Shauna already leave?
No, I'm here. Yes, I would love to feed ducks.
You guys want to go feed some ducks? Obviously, listen, just go in. You can spend a couple of minutes. Obviously, it's probably not super entertaining, but the ducks are great. It's fun, and you can feed the ducks. It's cute. All right. Well, that's what we're going to do. Everybody, thank you so very much. I appreciate you guys all being here. It's a great show. Thanks to our special guest tonight, Shauna Benson from Los Angeles, California, deep in the bowels of Hollywood. Shauna Benson was here. Thanks, Trader, Karkin, Steven Zarin, Wardod, our special guest here tonight. Also, community manager, Madam Vice Planson and BekLikesPlants. And, of course, thank you guys for your crazy generosity tonight. Not in a different way, Aaron. We didn't do a whole lot with, hypes and all that stuff tonight. Tonight, we did it in Valentine's Day gifts for people we care about, which I thought was phenomenally awesome. You guys are great. Thank you for giving to people that we care about. It makes this community truly unique and special. Thank you to my friend for popping in late, rather early. Good morning, good day. Have a wonderful afternoon to my friend, Criminal Heroic Tashcan. Thank you for being here. And, of course, community, all of you. Thank you so very much. It is so much fun just to come out and hang out and talk and BS and whatever comes up. And tonight was not a heck of a lot about the game, but we had a good time anyway. It's kind of crazy. So thank you guys so very, very much. I hope you have a wonderful night. My name is UltimatDJz. You've been watching Twitching Trek or just Twitching Talk. I'm your friendly neighborhood cat board, Feline of 9, saying meow for now. Love you, mean it, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Good night.